Puadi usteu, sajos on pikkasehlä, valmosin kolmakälte altaosiin. Lävumuuro, vertimin käsipäiväs, päästimin Takka, spässep, kiihtuu, kiitos, thank you. Sajos liude, shootoi talleko, taat täällu, taat saje, valmastui. Tast kesipäiväs päästä ain, toppenli pyöri juhum chatsi, toppenli purmus. Tot liitot sajos toppen määhi alne, vähätekö taat sajos täppin. This liude song sajos was born when this house or this building, this cultural center of the Sami people was opened in 2012. The inspiration for this liude came from the name Sajos. It is a place over there somewhere in the nature on the Sami hunting trips or on our fishing trips or our berry picking trips. It is a place where you have firewood waiting, where you have fresh water to drink, where you can rest a little bit on your journey over there. It is there is maybe a good fishing river nearby. So it's a kind of a 5-star hotel over there in our woods, in our world of the wilderness. And in my mind, this place was built to be such a resting place that gives you both social enjoyment, both nourishment for mind and body. Sajos. Then the other liude is a traditional one. Nuppeliude li ärpivuovelas lotteliude tot li juadki liude. Tot lottemi puhta kiida, puhta keesi, färustis. Tommanga ain smiättä, et ko kuule tai suojakeijin jurkumit. Smiättä ain, että Kalmiini saajest vala maailmista. Vaikka mistä mi annulle tushatam ja pilitam maailm, te kuittak miini saajest. Kiitä puhuta, keesi puhuta. Tot hiena liitankar. This second liude is a traditional liude of a bird, telkkä or goldeneye. It is a migratory bird that brings summer with it. And when you see the bird, when you hear the whistle of the wingtips, you get the feeling that all is well in this world still. Some parts in our yearly cycle are still in their right places, although so many things are not. But life goes on. Summer comes, warmth comes. Chuaviki.
Chualki te kirtäte, tuvit sun otsate. No 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 no. Vuotut kojotkal, monitot manneto. No 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 no. Chualki te kirtäte, tuvit sun otsate. No 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 no. Vuotetot kojotkal, monit sun manneto. No 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 no. Chualki te kirtäte. Chualki te kirtäte, tuvit sun otsate. No 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 no. Vuotaitot kojotkal, monitot manneto. No 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 no. Chualki te kirtäte, tuvit sun otsate. No 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 no. Chualki te kirtäte.
Landing on water. Seivu. Tack. Tackar. Hitruspäivitien.
Oh my God, what the most beautiful and powerful start for the day. Thank you, Anna Morottaja, Inari Sami artist. Thank you very much. I am Rauno Posio, and I have great honor on behalf of the organizers, Inari Municipal Business and Development Services and Inari Selkä Tourism, greet you all. Welcome to the 5th Spirit of Inari event. We have people here on the spot. Nice to see that there is so many people who has find the way to the Sajos. Then we have another about 100 people also online. There is international guests. You are most welcome. Then I want to say to you a couple of things about our cooperation partners today. Kaija Paltto, art is visible in the lobby, don't miss that. And don't miss also profit room services for travel companies. They are visible in the lobby also. I have a privilege to invite to the stage Mayor of Inari Municipality, Tomi K. Laine. Please, Tomi.
Dear friends of Northern Travel, welcome to Spirit of Inari, the international gathering of tourism business for people who are working, investing or influencing tourism development. For nearly 2 years, travel industry and we as human beings have been living under exceptional circumstances. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected our lives and businesses in many ways. Especially the tourism sector has faced enormous challenges because of travel restrictions. In the same way, the airline industry has suffered a lot and is now trying to rebuild the international travel opportunities. Luckily, it seems that the times are now changing to a better direction in many parts of the world. To be realistic, it is sure that the COVID-19 pandemic will still affect the travel business for many years to come. However, certain optimism is rising, mainly because of vaccinations, that the slow returning to more normal circumstances is not far away. For travel destinations, this means building procedures for required COVID testing and arrival policy together with the government officials. It is not simple, but needs to be done to get the travel business and local economy running. Travel is extremely important for communities like Inari. During the last decade, we saw a steep rise in interest, considering the opportunities of travel business in the North and Arctic area. The investors and interest is still there, as we can see from project plans and pre-sales of the companies here in Inari. As the tourism is the core of our local economy, it is really important to get back to normal as soon as possible. The economy of Inari municipality is firmly tied with the service industry. Dear friends, maintaining a prosperous community in the Arctic is a very hard task. And as we have seen, major disruptions may occur. However, the cornerstones of our strategy to build up environmentally friendly and sustainable travel experiences are still there. Another challenging thing for the travel industry is, of course, the climate change and how it affects our environment and people's opportunities and will to travel. Still, I believe that the human is an explorer. If we stop flying and exploring, also the technological development to do it more environmentally friendly way will stop because there would be no demand. The future of flying is extremely important for peripheral communities. We must find a way to fly more environmentally friendly way. Is the source of energy biofuels, electricity, or even hydrogen? Does not matter. The technological change will be inevitable, but what does not change is our need to explore and curiosity to experience something new. It is certain that communities dependent on tourism and tourism businesses themselves have challenges ahead. As I have said before, communities like Inari are highly dependent on tourism and its sustainable growth, but at the same time, we must remember the originality, pure nature, and unique culture that are the key factors behind successful tourism business in Arctic areas. And what is becoming more important every day is to be able to provide these experiences in an environmentally and climate-friendly way. In these areas, the cooperation in environmental and climate issues, travel business development and community development, we have much to do with our neighbors in Norway, Russia and Sweden. The international cooperation and dialogue need to be a high priority to attract customers to visit our area and solve common problems. As people arrive from a great distance, we need to develop many kinds of products and environments to satisfy the needs of travelers that want to experience many kinds of things. There are always some things that you can't offer yourself, but maybe your neighbor can. From our experience, key factors are firstly the cooperation between entrepreneurs and local government, secondly the logistics, roads and flight connections, and third, the efforts to make traveling easier and less bureaucratic between our countries. Because of recent development in many business areas, Inari municipality has been in many ways a successful community, thriving, attracting new people and to be able to invest in new service infrastructure. It is a great achievement considering that we live on 68th latitude. We are happy to share our story and learn from others. The spirit of Inari seminar is part of this sharing and learning process. Welcome to Inari, and I hope you enjoy the seminar, catch some new ideas and make plenty of new connections and friends. During the pandemic, we have had only one border open, on and off, the Norwegian border. Almost the only foreigners we have seen here during the pandemic have been Norwegians. And I guess it has been the same the other way around. That has brought us closer together and showed us realistically that we are neighbors. Now, on behalf of Inari municipality, I will give an award. This honorary certificate to an entrepreneur who has truly brought Northern Norway and Northern Finland closer together, both travel businesses and ordinary people, promoted cooperation and strengthened the bond between us neighbors. She operates in Norway and has roots in Finland. She has built a successful business on a simple but clever concept. We all love sauna, and when the sauna is located by the Arctic Ocean and you can swim there, what could be a better experience? After all, travel business is all about experiences. The company has attracted thousands of Finns and international visitors during its 30 years of existence. The entrepreneur is very well known in Finland, especially here in the north, but also nationally. Her biography was published last summer, and she was interviewed on national television. She lives and runs a business in a beautiful village of Bygenes, also called Little Finland. Welcome, Elsa Haldorsen. Ole hyvä, Elsa. Kiitos siitä mahtavasta työstä, mitä olet tehnyt tämän alueen matkailun hyväksi ja siitä työstä, kuinka paljon olet lähentänyt meitä suomalaisia ja norjalaisia.
Minä olen aivan niin onnellinen, että minä saan olla täällä ja että minä olen sen Jäämeren saunan pyörittänyt nyt 33 vuotta. Ja jos se ei olisi ollut, että me saimme niin paljon suomalaisia sinne Bygeihään, 90% on suomalaisia, joka tulee Bygeihään, kun ei ole ollut korona. Niin minä olen niin onnellinen siitä yhteistyöstä yli rajan, että minä toivon, että se yhteistyö laajenee sinne Varenkin ympäri. Että sillä me olemme täällä, että me saamme yhteistyö ympäri koko Varinkin ja tämän Pohjois-Suomen. Niin minä olen aivan mahtava. Ei minulla ole sanoja, että te annatte mulle kunnian merkintö. Kiitoksia paljon.
Thank you, Mayor Laine. And really, as Samuli already said before, Elsa Haldorsen book, her biography, can be also bought from the lobby. So please use this great opportunity. Let's go forward. Maria Kumpuniemi, Managing Director of Inari Saaliselkä Tourism, will come and tell about North Lapland destination, strategy, development and new models. This is very interesting. Welcome, Maria.
Thank you, Rauno, and warmly welcome to the Spirit of Inari on my behalf. My name is Maria Kumpuniemi, and I work as a CEO for the North Lapland Destination Marketing Organization. I will tell a little bit about the strategy, development, and new models. But before that, let's have a short video about our beautiful region. Something to show what we have here on our region, also for those who are not here at the spot. It is great pleasure to be speaking about our region, and shortly, if I tell about little bit where we are standing and where we actually were before the pandemic and how we will be working forward from here. So our region, North Lapland, is the third biggest region in Lapland, and we have altogether 9 destinations. Of course, Saariselkä, Inari and Utsjoki are the most known, but it's a wide region. 600,000 registered overnights. That was the number before the COVID, and good number to aim forward. And we are one of the most international regions in Finland. If we look yearly, the international customers have been 60%, domestic 40%. But of course, during the winter time, it has been over 70%, and on the peak season, 80% the international customers. Mainly people from European, UK, German, and France, the main countries. And tourism industry is, of course, the most important here in our region. And thinking of the network we are working with, of course, the local companies, over 100 companies, but the strong cooperation also, for example, with the Inari municipality and also Utsjoki municipality. Well, the high international level, of course, caused a trouble during the pandemic, and we need to think about through what is the strategy we go forward. One thing that we noticed was that actually the unique selling points, the key elements on our region, they got actually stronger. People wanted to have room to roam. They wanted to sense the pace. They wanted to go outdoors to the nature, feel authentic experiences, and also year-round activities. And of course, the northern lights, midnight sun, the things that our region is proud of and very good spot to feel. Not to forget the unique living Sami culture and combo of these different destinations. We put out a strategy. This is the map, and actually it has two different phases. The first phase was to get out of the crisis and as fast as possible, of course, focusing quick market change to the domestic travelers, but at the same time try to keep up with the European market. And after that, the success factors in the changing world. Now we are somewhere in between of these two phases. What is clear that our segments, those who are looking for authenticity, outdoor and nature activities and families, they are still very strong segments in the future too. This is the vision, and that's the key thing that has been also successful with the domestic travelers. We wanted to show that our region is more than just a combination of destinations. We wanted to show that actually what we have is something more. Once you come, you find something, and then there's even more for your next trip. And you can choose any of the 8 different seasons we have to offer. The themes we have been offering, as you can see the list, it is quite long. Of course, the nature phenomenon, also the activities and experiences in the nature, always this combination, like you're feeling the surround of you and doing different kind of activities. They might be physical or they might be easygoing, very soft activities also. If you look at the map, you can see how close the Arctic Ocean is. So also pointing out the location. Beside of very, very functional Ivalo Airport, we do have a good access from Kirkenes Airport too. Beside of these elements, of course, the wellness tourism, food culture, Sami culture, local culture, luxury tourism, and gold culture. Well, about the development areas, the vision that I mentioned, we are more than just a combination of destinations. We wanted to bring out also more with the brand work we are actually doing now. but also doing more marketing, of course, domestically, and keep on doing the marketing also internationally. So not to stop anything, but do it in a very, very light way. And when we focused more with the domestic travelers, we actually managed to get 40% more domestic travelers this year so far. So it is a good number. Now at the same time, we are doing a campaign with Visit Finland also to attend more international companies. So those roles are rolling already forward. Of course, the accessibility, very important. And thinking of the coming season, we are in a good phase. We are only 15% behind compared to year 2019. If we think about next December, this December, there's 200 flights. I'd say a little bit less than 100 charter flights, but over 100 route flights. It is a good number. And being behind 15% of the year 2019, it is something that gives us hope that we are really doing the little bit faster recovery. But of course, we always have these question marks in the air. How would everything go smoothly after the coming winter and so on? But that we've been focusing also the year-round activities and those captions, shoulder seasons and so on. Last summer, we managed to increase the summer travelers plus 20%. The autumn was exceptional, plus 41%. That is something that is very, very important after the last winter, when was lack of all of these international customers. We've been focusing on digitalization, opening up different platforms in use, and this is something that will continue further. And of course, the sustainability, focusing to get the certification for Sustainable Travel Finland. The cooperation with the tour operators is extremely important, and we'll be continuing doing that in different ways. We haven't been able to invite the tour operators here, but we've been doing digital fam trips. We've been also organizing our own workshops with the tour operators. Just last week, we had over 100 meetings with the tour operators all over the world. This is something that is very important because now the markets are changing, and also the co-operators are looking different kind of products in the future too. And then the destination management organization development. And this is something I will tell a little bit more, since this is also something very, very new. And good example what we can do when we do things together. New operating models and revenue models for destination management organization. This project is done together with Visit Rovaniemi, who has been coordinating this still ongoing project. Funding has been Etelä-Savo Regional Council, and also Ylläs and Levi and our region have been cooperating to think through what are the new ways of doing things to make this recovery best. The goals of this project have been promote the recovery, of course, the whole industry, and also to meet the needs, the post-COVID world, and also the expectations that there is toward this kind of DMO actions. And in this model that we've been building out, it works resource-wise, agile and influential way, utilizing all the expertise at the network that it's working. This has been a pilot project, and well, of course, we needed to think through what we are doing, what we are focusing. And it will be in use for everyone, also internationally. We clarified first what is the DMO actually, what is it? Well, it's in a close operation with the companies. As we operate with over 100 companies, it is very important that we are in a close touch with the companies. We know how they are doing, we know what kind of issues they have at the moment, and of course, how is the future looking like. We have the permission to make the marketing under the brand, and also increase the attractiveness, attract the tourists, and of course increase the well-being on the whole region. This looks very complicated if you look at it. The first point, it's one of the models we built out. So this is option A, which is the marketing role option. There is 2 others, and you can look into more what are these models. There's a sales model, and there's also development model. What is the destination marketing organization or destination management organization focusing? Is it this kind of a role or something else? The key thing here is that the focus areas have been marked so that if they are in the center, they are the key elements of the DMO. If they are in the outer circle, then it's not that important, but there are still actions about it. Information and data, very important. For example, in this model, marketing also, there are some sales actions, but for example, the development is there, but it's not in the focus. As mentioned, there are 3 different models, and this is just one of the options. For quite many areas, this is, at this very moment, the ideal thinking of the recovery. But then again, it depends a lot at what stage the destination is. So there is models to choose out, and there is also strategic options thinking of what kind of collaboration the destinations are doing. So once again, this is one option. There is altogether 5 different ones. Trying to position where the destination management organization is standing at this very moment. Who is it networking with, and who are the very important players for it? This shows out also the possibilities of the networking. So there is a model, for example, that all the destinations in Lapland are working strongly together. And that is actually what we've been doing with this whole project, thinking also funding options together, thinking those actions that we can do together. Should there be somebody representing the whole Lapland for the world? What kind of campaigns? And we've been rolling out a campaign with Visit Finland now, with the Lapland level, with these destinations that were involved. This is project 2. The networking itself is very important, thinking of the resource-wise operations. But so is the funding. And this is a very, very wide map, and I will only lift out some examples, thinking of how the marketing of the destination would be funded in the future. We've been talking about, for example, the tourist fee and these kind of possibilities. What is also used in elsewhere? There are many ways to think about how to fund these, let's say, that organizations that try to make the best for everyone, for well-being of the communities and so on. As you can see, there is public funding options, commissions, B2B sales, own tourism business operations, actions thinking of the brand, cooperation, and other B2C sales options. So this is something to maybe look more into, thinking of, we are still in a very early phase, thinking how is the funding at the moment. Among this project, we thought through with the project team, what is next? Well, we will focus more to the customer and customer data. This has been something that COVID actually distract. What are we doing? We need to do our core focus. So the core concept communication. We want to be seen different areas, and this is something that we need to focus on. So resources for the core functions and the networking. What kind of campaigns we can do together, and also need-based cooperation. Who are the right players to do different functions? We are very happy to be located here next to Norway and Russia, and that is one of the really, really strong strengths of our region. Well, of course, implementing these learnings, what we've learned through the project, this was only a sneak peek. That is very new material that is actually in the website of Visit Rovaniemi now, since they've been coordinating this. So you can look through this, and we truly hope that those who are working together with the DMOs look into it and get new ideas also out of it. That's from my side, and I warmly thank you and explore the authentic Lapland. Thank you.
Very interesting thinking and really looking forward the final outcome of this project. Maria, when it's published, is it there already? Okay, very good. Yeah. And this DMO world is really changing now in whole globe. There is already some samples, for example, in Europe, the Flanders has made it totally different, and so on and so on. So I'm happy that you are here as a kind of forerunner, that you have started to look this already. Okay. Let's go forward. Now we are in destination, and let's see let's go more deep in this destination thinking. We have a great honor to invite Claude Palsiker from Allegra Tourism, Managing Director. And we will speak here how outdoor tourism benefits regions. And you have really good history and experiences on this. You have done this work already since 2003, and there is good samples how outdoor activities, especially biking, has give the benefits for destination. So looking forward, stage is yours, Claude.
So thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here. It's the first time for me in Finland. And this is quite an achievement after this pandemic, because we started to work with Business Finland on this outdoor tourism development project over a year ago. And all the meetings we had obviously were cancelled, so all the work was remote. And now is the first time to be here. It's a great feeling. So I'm here to talk to you about the development of outdoor tourism and how it can benefit regions. Myself, I've been involved in summer outdoor tourism mostly for more than 15 years now. I started out as a guide, became a tour operator for international bike trips. I did a lot of expeditions. I moved into journalism and guide training until I eventually ended up with this company called Allegra. So back here you can see a picture of me. This was maybe 12 years ago in the Himalayas, guiding a tour group of German and Swiss customers on a 3-week trip across the wilderness of the Himalayas. So we, as a company, we develop successful outdoor destinations, and it's important for us to use the term successful, because it's up to us to define what successful means, right? It's not just the ones that generate the highest revenue or see the biggest visitor numbers. It's the ones that are successful in sustainability. And in the Alps, where our base is, we are based in Switzerland and in Austria, we work with a lot of the big ski resorts, big tourism destinations. And what we've seen in the past 18 years is that one sector specifically has grown a lot, and this is the sector of mountain bike tourism. Hiking tourism, trail running tourism, gravel road tourism, it's big as well, it has a size, but the growth has nowhere near to what the mountain bike growth has been in the last years. So the big question is, why should you develop summer outdoor tourism? And obviously, there's a lot of answers. I'm going to bring you the answer of the CEO of Bosch e-bike systems. You know, they produce the biggest number of e-bikes in the world, and this is their market prediction until 2040. And you can spot where we are right now, somewhere in the middle, near 2020, somewhere here. So by country, you can see their prediction of how many more mountain bikes, e-mountain bikes, they're going to sell in the coming years. And this is not just in the outdoor tourism sector, this is in e-mobility in general. If you look at big cities nowadays, they change their appearance from being very car heavy to something more like human friendly, more e-mobility. So then, if we answer the why we do it, the question remains, how do we do it? And we as a company, we approach destinations in a typical same manner all the time. What you look here, what you see is the stakeholders in a destination, right? You have the accommodation services, you have the food and beverages, you have the transportation system from public transport to ski resort to airplanes, trains, whatever. You have rental services, you have guiding services, and all of that are the local businesses. And these local businesses, they add up to the local revenue. So these are the ones that actually bring in the money through their contact with the clients. And on the other side of this is the trail. So most summer outdoor tourism activities are trail-based. Whether it's hiking, mountain biking, trail running, most of these sports are based on a trail. And what's special about the trail, look at the picture. Don't you feel you want to see what's behind the next turn? Doesn't it trigger emotions inside of you? To me, it does. It's something different than a gravel road or like a wide open space. And why is that? Because the trail is made for it's human size. It's mostly the width of a shoulder, so you can pass each other maximum. But there's an element of surprise to it. It gets you excited. So the trail carries the emotion, it carries the experience. So this is what we sell. But the point about the trail is we don't earn money with it. It doesn't generate revenue. It's an investment, only an investment. And if we go back to this, we see that revenue is generated through the tour operators and the local stakeholders. And the trail is just an investment. But the trail multiplies what you can earn in a destination. The trail is the reason outdoor tourists travel to your destinations. So, developing destinations in an outdoor perspective, we look at these different sectors and we analyze them. And of course, each one has to withstand the factor of sustainability. And we look at sustainability in 3 different dimensions. It's the social sustainability, of course the ecological one, but also the economical sustainability. And the social sustainability in a destination has a lot to do with the locals, with the people. Does the tourism we implement actually benefit the local community? Is it what locals want to do as well? Are they already doing it? If we implement mountain biking, are local people already mountain biking? Or do they want to start mountain biking? Is there a bigger goal to it, like public health? Can our tourism benefit the local people in a way of health? And when it comes to sustainability, is it still going to benefit the locals in 10 years? Or is it going to take something away from them? The next dimension is the ecological sustainability, and that's what we talk most about. Here you have a lot of wide open wilderness, but still, if we have more tourists going into the wilderness, it can affect wildlife, it can affect rare species, plants, and everything. And the question is, do we actually impact that positively or negatively with our added tourism out in nature? Here you can see a typical picture of a place in Switzerland. You know, this tourist infrastructure, it impacts the sustainability in a negative way because this trail is not sustainable. And then there's the economical sustainability. Is there actually a return on investment, or is it just an investment? Who's gonna pay for operations and maintenance in the upcoming years? And is the ratio between visitor numbers and their impact and the revenue you earn with them, is it actually in balance? Or is it just mass tourism that impacts locals and nature negatively and only little revenue coming from it? So I want to take you to a place that has gone through this process in the last 6 years. Who has been to Sölden? Quite a few. Skiing, I guess. This is what you know Sölden from. And this is pretty much what Sölden was until 2014. So they had a saying in town that after Easter holiday, the town is so empty and quiet, they even take away the boardwalks because no one is there to walk. There's only like construction trucks and nothing else. So with the climate change and even the high altitude ski resort of Sölden suffers from a lack of snow every few years. So they decided they want to become more sustainable into growing an all around the year destination. In 2014, they came up with the idea of creating the brand of the Bike Republic Sölden. They wanted to turn their ski resorts with all the slopes into a bike resort for mountain bikers. They saw a lot of growth potential. They did amazing branding. They started building trails in the first year. And in 2015, after the first year, they almost failed. Because they didn't have a good plan. So what happened was they hired a bunch of local mountain bikers to build a trail. They didn't get the proper permits. They didn't obey landowners. They had no clue of what their target group was, so they had the wrong visitors that didn't actually like the product they were selling. So within 1 year, the project came to a halt, and local people were criticizing it, saying, you know, we don't want this. We are happy with winter. We don't need summer tourism. And then one guy stepped in. The guy in the blue jacket, he's the tourism director of Sölden. He's called Dominic Linzer. And he's a local figure, and he's a person that's extremely good with bringing people together. And deep in his heart, he has a big love for cycling. So he took over the position as tourism director and put up the Bike Republic as his big project. In this picture, you can see this is the second year all these people in the picture are the head of forestry administration of Tyrol, and he kept inviting like all these decision makers there to Sölden, convincing them. So he did all the legwork, all the groundwork that's needed to convince everyone in the community, in the boards, but also the politicians and the government to support his vision of that bike republic. He also took a step back and created a business model. So he wanted to know exactly what investment will I need to do in the upcoming years, what will the return be, what are our target groups, and all of these things you need to cover in a business model, and that's what you should do first. So they covered their basics, they got back to trail building, and they created trail building standards, handing that over to the environmental agencies, saying, you know, this is the standards we set to ourselves, and we obey those voluntarily to make sure we can be sustainable in the upcoming years. And now they are the most successful mountain bike resort in the Alps. They have seen growth numbers of 45% each year. They have created 11 flow trails. These flow trails are more like beginner type of trails. They adapted some of the hiking trails. They separated hikers and mountain bikers where it was needed. They got 132 hotels and apartments to adapt for mountain biking and cycling guests. Whereas in 2014 there was no bike hotels. They got the cable car company to open the lifts, adapt them to transport mountain bikers. They now have about 40 staff working for the Bike Republic in summer permanently. Maintenance, marketing, events, trail building. They have 5 bike schools and 6 bike shops for bike rentals with few hundred bikes in town. And that's probably the most important slides for anyone from a destination. So you can see the investment they did year by year and the number of trails they've built. So in the last row back here, you can see the number of mountain bikes they transported, the growth numbers they had. And now the newest number in 2021, they did 232,000 transports on 3 lifts. That equals to about 60,000 sold day passes for mountain bikers. And overall, the investment is 6.6 million euros they put in those past 6 years. So Sölden is a big fancy place, right? It's a ski resort like one of the biggest ones in Europe, surely one of the 2 biggest ones in Austria. And there's an argument saying, you know, not everyone can be like big and fancy and has a lot of spending power. But there are so very good examples of very small places. This place calls themselves the Wechsel Trails. It's close to Vienna, and it used to be a ski resort with just 2 T-bar lifts. And because it's so low down, they never had snow anymore, so they canceled their winter operations. But the idea stayed to turn it into a summer tourism spot and skip the winter because there was no chance of getting the snow. Since they are close to the city, they decided to go for the target group of families, and that's pretty much what they have. You can see in the middle they have the magic carpet, and this runs for maybe 200 meters, and to both sides they have like very kids-friendly mountain bike trails. There's a rental station and the restaurant at the bottom, and over there in the forest there's like rope parks for kids and like rope parks. So what happens here, the parents show up in the morning, they drop their kids off at bike school, the kids get like skills training and education while the parents can go somewhere else and get the experiences. So this type of kids-oriented bike offer was adapted by other destinations. Now you saw the video from Arosa, which is a ski resort in Switzerland. And here again, the investment was a few €100,000. It wasn't in the millions. And you don't need the millions, and you don't need 50,000 day passes to sell. Here, it's very revenue intensive because you have local staff in the bike school, in the rental, in the restaurant, and you have the small offer. You don't need a lot of space. So big question is always to me, how do they fund it? Where did they get the 6 million from? And there's two main systems that we see. One system is a split between three parties. Mostly the municipality takes the biggest share. The tourism council takes a share, and they pay it through their tourism fee. So each overnight stay, they have a fee between 2 and 6 euros per night. And the lift companies that operate it take another share. The split between it varies from town to town. Sometimes it's 30% each, and sometimes it's more. In Sölden, they have a different system. In Sölden, the municipality, again, operates and pays for the trail infrastructure, but the lift company adds on infrastructure euro to each lift pass. So in Sölden, in summer tourism, they add, I think, €4.50 to each lift pass, to each day pass. And 1 or 2 euros are dedicated to infrastructure only. It goes directly to the municipality, and the municipality is obligated to pay it, to spend it on this specific infrastructure. The third thing that is possible in funding is like government funding or even Interreg funding, but it doesn't work for infrastructure projects. You cannot build trail with government fundings. It's only for planning and development phases. So we try to cover as much as possible in the development through national grants, and then the infrastructure comes from the locals. The return of investment is a big question. I have the example of Sölden because we monitor in Sölden year by year. We monitor the spending. We monitor what each mountain bike guest spends per day in these 4 sectors. You can see transportation, services, food and accommodation. And we know the visitor numbers through the lift company because 95% of the guests, they actually use the lift, so we have quite an accurate number of who's visiting. So the 6.6 million that was invested in the infrastructure, the development, is covered by 30 million revenue in the community. Like that's everyone that's involved in this summer tourism and that has benefited. So you can see this is a very good return they had on this investment in Sölden. Yep. So we've been talking about these ski resorts types of destination. And I know here we are in a remote place with a lot of wilderness. And I appreciate that. In tourism, in outdoor tourism, there's always this scale between the convenience and the wilderness. And each destination has to find their position on this scale, right? So a ski resort type of destination is more on the convenience side. So everything is close, everything is safe, but everything is established as well. And inside every one of us who does outdoor sports, there's this element of exploring, right? You don't want to see the same things over and over again. You want to go and explore. And that's where the big benefit of the wilderness is. I live in the Swiss Alps. I love the Swiss Alps. Nature is beautiful, but these are the Swiss Alps. You know, if you climb the highest mountain in Switzerland, you still see infrastructure and human impact everywhere. This picture is in Zermatt on 4,000 meters. There's a cable car, a power line, a road, a village, everywhere you go. Nature is beautiful, but there's no wilderness aspect to it. So that's something we miss in the mountains, but you have a lot of. So if we talk about these Central European markets, think of that, you know. Where we live, there's no wilderness, but I long for wilderness. That's why I took all these trips to the Himalayas. And why these guests, they paid 6,500 euros for a 3-week trip, just to be out in the wilderness and do their mountain bike exploring. They didn't want to be in a ski resort. Of course, from time to time they go to a ski resort, but that was the big advantage we had. So the next steps in developing that outdoor tourism, we've did a benchmark report for Business Finland that's been out for a few months. It covers a lot of destinations and compares Finnish Lapland to all these destinations in an outdoor sense. There's an action plan on how and what steps should be taken to develop. And there's already been a study trip to the Austrian and Swiss Alps with a group of Finnish Lapland. So this group has formed together and decided to do a roadshow to bring their experiences to you. And in the end of November, between November 24th and 27th, we will be around Finnish Lapland. We'll be in Rovaniemi, in Ylös, I think, and also here again. And this roadshow is meant to bring their experiences to everyone that wants to be involved in the development here. I think you will be, or you have already been contacted about this roadshow. Thank you very much. That was my time.
Thank you, Claude. And congratulations. Great work, very impressive. And I have worked since '91 in outdoor activities here in Lapland, and I cannot be more, I can agree fully what you said here. And since beginning of the 90s, we have thought that what we can do with snowmobiles in summertime, and we have not find out, but maybe this biking and e-biking is new snowmobile, and which has been very successful here. Thank you. We will stay also in next phase, we will stay in this bike tourism. Tuija Laitakari, project coordinator of Inari municipality, will come and tell about international bike tourism destination. Is it project? It's a project. Yes.
So, hello. It's very nice to meet you all here. And I will be telling about the project that started in 2020. But first, since we really love this area here, I want to show what mountain biking in here looks like. This is for the winter time, because we are heading towards winter. So I want to show some of the highlights of winter and how we can attract the people from the Alps, like Claude. So the video. The video is made by one of the local companies, Roll Outdoors, and it's very nice to show, very good.
No niin, tervetuloa Kiilopäälle. Tultiin Kuutiaan Heikin kanssa ajelemaan tänne näin pikkusen uusia reittejä, Latvakuru ja Ahopään reittiä. Aurinko paistaa aika ihanasti, pakkasta rapsakka 20. Lähdetään testaamaan miten taretaan, katsoa miten hyvää reittiä Timo on sinne kiemurelle. putkeen 6 tuntia revontuli ja vuosisadan näytöt. Jätkät meni nukkumaan.
So Claude, do you think that we have a product?
You created a business. Now,
Okay, cool. Okay, the location we know by now, so we don't need to spend time on that, but Saariselkä is the location where we are at. And this project is run by the municipality and funded by European Union Regional Development Fund, and also we have 10 local companies that are participating, and Inari Saariselkä tourism, sorry, there's a wrong word, tourism. And we started, it's an internationalization project, and we started 2020 as did Corona, so make international biking available has been a bit tricky, but we have been doing all kinds of things that will benefit also domestic and international travelers, so it's not going to, it's still benefiting us when the borders open. And like the big underlying goal on all this development is of course to make Saariselkä into a year-round thriving destination. So the tourism companies can hire people for year-round, and we get some new young families moving in because we have good trail networks year-round and all that kind of stuff. So it's a good thing to invest money on. In Saariselkä, before this project started, we were already in a quite good place. Saariselkä in Lapland is the place where mountain biking actually started in 1995, 6, 7, 8, and so. This lady called Dominique Ardoin was marking trails, and she actually had this innovative product where you would ride from Kiilopää to Arctic Ocean. And I actually did that in 98, and that's how I started to mountain bike. So I love rocks on the trails because it was pretty rocky, and I thought that that's mountain biking. But I have seen that there are other options for mountain biking too than just the rocks. The next big thing was Urho Kekkonen National Park, opened for mountain bike in 2017, and that has really accelerated the growth in mountain biking in Saariselkä for the domestic travelers. Internationals don't know our gem yet, but they will. And trails, like you saw, we have the summer trails, and then we also have winter trails. So that's a benefit. I don't think that in the Alps, for example, there's no winter biking. So yes. And also we had some events like Saariselkä MTB stages, which is quite well known with the racers. It's a race, kind of a race. You ride like crazy for 3 days and see who wins. And we get some Norwegians and Swedish and Russian competitors on that, and some international ones too. And then we already had bicycles to rent available, and some of them were quite good ones. And e-bikes had started already to show, but now it's not an evolution, it's a revolution. And that's really bringing the trails very close to everyone. And here is a summer picture of the same that we were just looking on a video. So what makes us here up in the north special is of course the Arctic nature and our used to be mountains. So for mountain biking we have something even better than mountains, our open fells. And that is something that I can say, look into each of your eyes and say that it is like that. When we were visiting Allegra and Claude in the Swiss Alps with Visit Finland, it was amazing. The flow trails and everything, it was really cool. And there was a lot of things that we learned from the trip. But when I came back, I actually had to be a tourist. We had this kind of workshop where I was Hans from Germany. And I had just come from the Alps, so I kind of could come into his shoes. And I was riding here in our fells, and I was in love. So you can do the same. Once you come to try mountain biking in our fells, you might fall in love with that stuff. Be careful. And then some numbers. So we say that we have 230 kilometers of summer trails, but there's much more. But that's the number. We're so modest. All of those trails are allowed to biking. Are also they are shared trails, so they are not just for biking. It's for all. Over 60 kilometers of groomed winter trails, that number kind of lives a bit every year because you kind of adjust to conditions and you might want to try something new and yeah. But about 60 is quite close to the truth. And on the winter, what's special in Saariselkä actually is that half of them are shared trails. So anybody, you can ski on it, you can snowshoe, you can walk, you can bike, whatever. And then the other half is only made for biking. So we have some flow trails here, but that's in the winter. And that is really something cool, and maybe in the future we will have some of that also in the summertime. I really hope so. And okay, the project itself. So this is kind of, this has the content what we have been doing in the project. And like Claude already said, trails is the baseline. That's really, you have to have the trails to be able to really have a product or even start to develop a product. And you have to mark them and all that. And once you have the trails and the markings, then you need to tell about them. Nobody knows if you have trails with marks and you don't tell about them. So you make information available. And from that, you can start packaging, you can start doing biker-friendly services, rent bikes, and then package bike travel products. And once you have them, then you can go international. So you start selling and inviting people to try them out, and probably they will bring some other people with them too later. And then, of course, cooperation in all kinds of things when we try to attract people from abroad is a good thing. We have to see the big picture. So, of course, Saariselkä as its own, it can also function as like a 1 week biking resort. But if we want to make tourism a bit more sustainable and people stay for longer, then we can also visit Russia. Well, maybe not the easiest one, but possible. Norway, of course, Arctic Ocean, go to a sauna at Elsa's place. Anything is possible. So that's kind of what we are doing. And then this Openfell Biking, the brand here, is something that we are bringing down to show in the village and also for people to purchase. Okay, so trails and trail development, what we have done. So there has been, like I said, there's 230 kilometers of trails. We chose 9 loop trails that represent different kinds of routes. So there needs to be routes for beginners, and of course those who have been biking a bit, but they don't want to go too technical. And then we are lucky to have all those rocks. So we really have challenging routes for the experts too. And what's really cool about them, they are quite adventurous, and you go to the wilderness and you're out of, okay, it's not cool that you're out of phone connection, but it's part of the adventure. Metsähallitus marked 7 of those 9 loops. And then we did this trail marking system, which is actually quite unique to here. There's the mountain biker symbol, and then there's the number of a route. So they have numbers. And the feedback has been very good. People have been able to navigate on the trails much more. We need to do some additions to make it even better, because there are some turns that you might miss or something like that. So we need some arrows, but it's on a good base at the moment. For the future, with the trails, we have a very positive problem, because we do have lots of trails, and with just small work, some marking, the trail will come, and little trail building, and that's sustainability kind of thing, that we have those wet areas, you need to fix them and all that. We can really make it much, much better. And then Claude was showing those family training areas. That's something that we have in the ski resorts already in the winter time, so we could also provide that in the summer. And the ski area here has a lot of potential to attract new visitors here, and you just need to kind of course, find the right people to design the trail and build it, but also the funding for it. But there is a plan called Elämäni alamäki, the downhill of my life. And it's a multi-purpose trail that they can be trail runners and bikers and walkers alike. And actually you can build it in a way that the beginners and also the experts will all get kicks out of the trail of the downhill of my life. And then the information available, what we have done on this project is winter and summer maps. And we kind of wanted to, on this little piece of paper that is free of charge, we wanted to give as much information for the biker as we could. I don't know if that's the best strategy, but that's what we did. And you can see colors like on the ski maps. So if you're a beginner, green and blue is a good way to go. So this makes it easy in the bike rentals or in the hotels to tell that where are the trails that are suitable for me. And then if they are okay, but you want a bit more challenge, then hey, the reds are there for you. So, and also we have the partners that are part of the project. They are enlisted on the right-hand side, and they have the logos of their services, what they are providing for the bikers. So that's for the winter map, and we made 5,000. I think we have some still left, but for the summer maps, they just went out. I have 10, and I'm kind of holding on to them. And feedback has been very positive, and we had the openfeldbiking.com on the map also. And last summer, these route descriptions have been the most visited page on inari.fi. So it really is kind of telling that how important it's to provide right kind of information, and that biking is big at the moment. This is for the summer map, and on the map we also wanted to say like to people who haven't been riding here before, what are the rules here? Where can you ride? In the national park you can't ride in all the places, but then we have the everyone's right, so then you can, outside of the national park, you can ride. Don't go to people's houses, but you can ride on the trails. Then the etiquette, what to wear back for the trail if you don't know how the Arctics are or what they can be. This is kind of helpful information. And also the emergency, and have the phone with you. And then this is the summer map. So on this map, we have, of course, the loop trails. So you can see those numbers. You can see the colors again. And then there's the dashed line, which tells that that is a wilderness trail. It's not marked. So you kind of have to know how to navigate. But the dashed trails are fun for the experienced, pretty much. And then these loops mostly are for intermediate and some for beginners. And we have a little description of all the routes to tell that what to see, what to expect, and who is it suitable for. And also, this is something special, we have gravel bikes mentioned also on that, how good this is for gravel, or if it's not, or what section is. And so we want to kind of invite different kinds of bikers to enjoy our trails. Okay, so the USPs for the services and bike travel packaging have been figured out, and we have inspired companies to create these packages for the market. And there's a number that we can see what has happened during actually the last year. Last summer we had about 200 bikes to rent, and now it's almost 400. And actually this was more than Selden. that was surprising. But yeah, they were rented out quite well last summer, so COVID has actually kind of pushed our biking a bit forward, but we have to see what happens after the COVID then. We have to attract these people to come here and not to fly to Alps, for example. And then also we have a plan that once we have few of those packages available, we will start inviting people here and attend workshops and fairs. Then the brand that I have been mentioning here, Open for Biking, we already have the brand, which is done on the workshop here, and it has already proven to be spot on, because travelers who come here and are renting bikes or asking for routes, they ask for the open fells and of course the best views. So it's very recognizable, which is very good. And then we have also had influencer marketing here, and here are some who have been visiting us. We do this together with Inari Tourism and then some of the companies also. So this is the USPs. It's kind of, Maria was already saying the USPs in the area, but this is from the biker's perspective, and also we heard it from Claude, so I'm not going to use any time on that, but we have very good offer for international bikers. And then of course it is one of the only year-round sports here. Fishing maybe is another one, but yeah. And of course the colors in nature is really something that needs to be highlighted, because this is so unique in the world, to have 24-hour daylight and 24-hour darkness. It's not total darkness like we know, but it gives those nice colors. And when I picked Claude yesterday from the airport, he was like, "Is the sun setting already?" And it was a little bit after 2 o'clock, so yes, it is. And this kind of the orange box down here tells from the biker's perspective, like which way we should aim, and we are quite close to that. So there are suitable marked routes for beginners. We need more of those. Services are easy to find, reliable rental bikes, professional and helpful service providers, and solid introduction to bikes and biking. That's important for people who are trying it for the first time or second or third. And then for the active bikers, we have challenging routes, unique sceneries, adventurous trails, rocky and technical sections, water crossings, interesting events, and quality rental bikes. So we're doing a good job. So we did this trip with Visit Finland to Switzerland and Austria, and visited these awesome places led by Claude. And here are a few of the highlights. So to have an outdoor tourism master plan, I think that there is one in Saariselkä, which was done maybe 2012. So it kind of maybe should be updated soon. I don't know, there might be plans already. And of course, you always, when you're creating something new, you need those people who really believe in that thing, and it will catch on to other people. Thriving year-round tourism is possible. We have seen it to happen, so it's a good thing. And fun and flow, like on our winter trails, is a trend, so we should also kind of try to introduce it for the summer. Business is growing. Claude had some numbers, branding, and okay, I have a bag full of paper about all the trails in the Alps, so paper is still needed. And this is just this one, and then it's okay. So this is a trail that actually Claude was mentioning, human-sized trails. And this is an uphill trail that bikers can go uphill and hikers can go both ways. And it was so much fun to go uphill, which is like mental. It shouldn't be like that for a normal person, but this was just, it's human size and you get a momentum with the trail. So it was like, I want to go up again because it was so much fun. And then the other way for the bikers is then a flow trail. downhill. Okay, I think that's enough.
Thank you, Tuija, and again, congratulations. Great work, truly. And I was amazed how many kilometers there is, how many bikes there are. This is already a big thing in the region. And I really hope that these outcomes you have found and made can be also copied to the other villages in Inari municipality. Yeah. Next, we will go and hear about construction of tourism infrastructure in natural environment. And we have honor to invite Teemu Pirinen, architect from Pirinen et Salo Architect Office. Awarded company, German Design Award, or what? Yeah, that's correct. Congratulations for that, and stage is yours.
All right, good morning, everybody. I'm Teemu Pirinen, and as the man before me told you, I represent my own architect office, Pirinen Salo. Not working. All right. I live here in Inari with my wife and 3 kids, and my associate works in Helsinki, so we are sort of like a bipolar office. I take care of the business up north, and he takes care of our projects down south, and we do all the sketching together. And yeah. That's me, obviously, and there's Lauri. On a site visit in Iisalmi, I am originally from Iisalmi, so you're going to be seeing a lot of projects there. And I'm going to present to you some projects that we have done, especially into nature. Let's start with one project in Iisalmi. This is 5 years ago that this was finished. It's a house on the shore of a lake. For one family, it sort of represents a style that was really popular 5 years ago, sort of the so-called Nordic style, so light wood and ethereal quality of space and a lot of openness and simpleness. Oops. Ooh, wrong one. And of course the view to the nature, and in this case Lake Porovesi. This is a view from the bedroom, and as you can see, everything is light wood and simple material changes that make sort of like a really calm environment. So this was the starting point for our office 7 years ago. And the next one is a project in Saariselkä, a revamp and restoration of an old block structure building into boutique hotel. I'm sure a lot of you know this project already, being local and all. Because of the old wooden structure, we wanted to use materials that have the same intensity and material quality as the old block structure. So we chose black wood, copper, and grey stucco to accompany the old structure. Stylistically, it's more like modernistic, more abstract, massing with some familiar elements there to create a more cozy feeling. The architecture, interior architecture, is about this sort of soft darkness, warm materials, and a more enclosed space that makes one feel more at home than maybe the last project that I showed you that was more open. And here we have a view from one of the sky suites to Urho Kekkonen National Park. Okay, 2 years leap ahead already. And this is a house that we designed in Pyhtää, so this is a project in southern Finland. This is charred black wood with green steel roof. A house that was designed to resemble like a fishing village. And the style has changed into untreated wood in the interior spaces, and the scale of the spaces has changed into more cabin-like and more cozy. So the style is evolving into more humane and more cozy style. And the glass walls have changed into smaller windows on the walls that resemble like a painting on the wall. And the furniture that we chose is chosen to create a feeling that you're sort of like at your grandma's attic or something like that, so really calm and cozy feeling. This is view from the master bedroom, and this is view from another bedroom in the house. And this is a view from the sea side of the house. So the main entrance side is more like the fisherman village, and the seaside is much more flamboyant. Next one is project in Iisalmi again. 2 years ahead again, and the style has evolved into even more like a cozy and home-like spatial quality. This is a small cabin that is clad with tar-coated shingles, pine shingles on the outside. And all right, what's next? We've actually blended in some soot into the tar that it becomes more black. This is a view from the south side of the hut, so like a real narrow path goes to the hut, and then there's stairs and main entrance through the window on the lakeside. And again, dark interior surfaces with cast iron fireplace and sofa covered with really nice feeling and nice scented leather. And a bed up on the mezzanine level there. And natural stone floor. So the style has evolved into even more like an enclosed space. And this is the main view from the space towards the lake. And this is a view from the bed. So like a vaulted ceiling with darkened oak finishes. And next we leap into a project that the quality of the space is totally different than in our other projects. So I'm presenting you with two different approaches into building in nature. So if the last projects were about looking at a landscape from an enclosed space, this is a space that is created for landscape immersion. So in this space you feel like you're part of the landscape, not just looking at it. This is actually a product that is designed for Iisalmi-based company Savon Lasituote, and this is the prototype situated in Iisalmi. So the reflective glass surface is really blended to the surrounding nature, and the interior is totally open to the landscape. This is not just for auroras, but also viewing the landscape. So it allows for summer tourism also, and it's equipped with a powerful cooling system, so it doesn't heat up during the summer. We've actually, at the moment, we are designing a type of this project for Dubai, so it has to stay cool in plus 60 degrees. And this is a colored version of the space, the same product. Giving the steel structure color makes it more like an object, not just an open space. All right. I was asked here to talk about where the tourism architecture is evolving. So this is my theory that we have sort of two strands that we are following. Safe space with a view. The first 5 projects that I presented you, it's more like sensuality, archetypical associations to old buildings or something, buildings that create, what's the word? Evoke memories from childhood. Material choices and detailing that makes buildings look ageless. Picturesque quality, of course, because of Instagram marketing at the moment. Really cozy spatial scale, soft darkness, mysticity and symbolism. And the other strand is, in my opinion, I predict that it is going to be landscape immersion. So taking the view out of the context, being in landscape, not viewing the landscape, non-organic materials, no associations into any known buildings. And of course I have to market you our hard seltzer that I actually gave many of you yesterday at the restaurant. So drink responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Teemu. If you allow me to say something about this future future demand of clients, I would not build ever more the basic standard accommodation. Everything have to be something special, and this kind of where you have emerged the nature to architecture, and this is really classy and something special. The people we will seek from the globe, they are the travelers who seek this kind of solution, not basic. Okay, let's continue. The importance of being inclusive, benefits of diversity and inclusivity for tourism companies. And this headline will be opened online. Lisa Renfors, Development Specialties from Business Finland at Visit Finland. Lisa Renfors has long experience, over 35 years, as a specialist in diverse functions of Finland's international tourism marketing and development. Today, she is responsible for the development of luxury, well-being and inclusive travel in Visit Finland. Can you hear us, Lisa?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Very good, and we hear and see you. Welcome to
Good.
Spirit of Inari, Lisa.
Thank you, Rauno. Thank you for the kind words. Hello, everybody from here. I'm sorry for my voice. I have a little cold. I would very much like to be there with you live today, but I suppose it is better that I stay behind the screen with my cold today. So we are going to talk about inclusivity today, how it benefits the tourism companies in their everyday work. As Rauno said, my name is Lisa Renfors. I come from Visit Finland's business development unit, and I work there as a development specialist. And inclusivity is one of the topics which I'm responsible for. We are trying to help Finnish entrepreneurs in our business development unit to develop their services in these areas, for instance, inclusivity. During the past 20 months or so, we have experienced very challenging times, as we all know. Now, international travel is slowly recovering. Some scenarios say that the recovery might be already to the level of 2019 in 2023. What we need to pay attention to in our service design and target group selection is the changed behavior of the guests in the future. New way of thinking is required. Accessible and inclusive service offering is still rather uncharted territory for many tourism companies in Finland and all over the world, and provides thus an opportunity to address a new target group. Let's see if I can say it, yes. So what is inclusivity? Oxford Dictionary says, inclusivity means equal access to opportunities and resources for people and everybody without categorizing them into people with disabilities or other minorities. So it is important that our services are open for everybody. By the way, the picture on the left-hand side is the cover page of our rather new guide to inclusive tourism, which we have published for Finnish tourism companies in order to help them in their product development work. And the guide can be found on our webpage, visitfinland.fi, also in English. When we think about discrimination in society, we might think about apartheid in South Africa, about America and the treatment of Black people in the 50s or even more recently, discrimination of the LGBTQ+ community in Latin America, or the situation of Afghan women quite recently. This only shows how very topical this theme is. All of us who work in the tourism business should work towards showing hospitality to each and every one of our guests and see to that our services are accessible to all. Travel businesses are uniquely positioned to take part in the movement towards equality, diversity, and inclusion in our world. At the moment, this does not yet materialize in Finnish tourism companies on a bigger scale, often out of ignorance, out of mistaken conviction that we already are paying attention to this, or out of fear for the unknown. What does inclusivity mean in tourism? In order to welcome everybody equally as our guests, we should make certain that with our travel services, we provide environments which are accessible, welcoming, and inclusive in order to give our guests the confidence to experience something new. But when we talk about environments within inclusive travel, a bit regarding to the previous speaker as well, we are not only talking about physical environments for people with disabilities. Inclusivity means so much more. It is a mindset. It is important to develop also values and attitudes in order to welcome each and everyone just as they are. It is important to pay attention to the diversity of people. And this mindset should be adapted by the whole company from employers to employees. The World Tourism Organization, UNWTO, declared the World Tourism Day in September this year to a day of inclusive travel. This event provided a space to recognize the importance of incorporating accessibility and inclusivity into the tourism practices and to provide recommendation on how to strengthen accessibility and create an accessible tourism for all. This shows that inclusivity is recognized as a very important topic in tourism globally and should be on our agenda both in tourism development and marketing and sales from now on. Even though Oxford Dictionary defined that in inclusive way of thinking, we should not categorize people according to their disabilities or other minority groups, but it is, however, necessary to realize, for instance, in service design, that the needs of people may vary according to their values and impairments. People with disabilities are as diverse as are their disabilities, ranging from the aging population, families with small children, and people who use wheelchair, to people with temporary mobility limitations, hearing or vision impairments, cognitive disabilities, or people who speak a language as a second language and their traveling companions, for instance. Just about everyone is using inclusive and partially also accessible travel services during their life. Inclusive travel services address also the LGBTQ+ community and many religious groups which require special services during their travel. It is for us all. There is big potential in inclusive tourism. According to WHO, roughly 15% of the global population live with some form of disability, and the number is growing all the time. If we regard the people who need accessible services during their life in some stage, the number is even bigger, roughly 40%. In Finland, about 1 million people are using accessible digital services. Digital accessibility, that is providing all users access to same information on digital channels, regardless of the impairments they may have, is here and now, a topic to be addressed immediately. The LGBTQ community is also growing. In Finland only, the number of rainbow families has grown rapidly during the last 12 years, and roughly 6% of Europeans have informed that they belong to the gay family, gay community. A very potential traveler group is the big number of people who represent different religious groups. They have their own special needs regarding, for instance, worshipping and food and so forth. At the moment, these groups are the world's biggest minority to whom the world is not open and an equal place. This applies also for the travel services. In Finland, we have not yet fully observed all the possibilities this group of travelers have to offer. What are then the benefits inclusivity and offers to tourism companies? As we already heard, it is a strong global trend. So in that respect, it should be taken into consideration in every tourism company in Finland. Addressing a new and potential target group opens up new networks, such as specialized tour operators, which concentrate on special needs customers, and eventually potential increase in sales. Planning travel services for special needs customers helps to improve the overall quality of the service offering. More attention is at the same time paid to details in other sectors of the operations. A well-planned and executed service chain for special needs customers, putting yourself in their shoes if you wish, does not cost more, but it enhances the use of the premises and benefits also other guests in the long run. Small environmental and attitude changes make a huge difference. Better overall quality means happier customers. Customer satisfaction is bound to grow when attention has been paid to details and inclusive customers' experience as a whole. If the customer feels welcome, and comfortable during their stay, they will tell about it also to others. Word of mouth is the best advertisement. Sorry, I have to take a sip of water. When the premises and environments have been planned to be accessible to everybody, they improve the overall customer experience and serve all the customers equally. Building of accessible premises does not necessarily cost more than non-accessible. Only good planning and execution is needed. All the above mentioned activities aim to give the companies a stronger market position as an inclusive, mindful, and responsible entrepreneur. This reputation benefits the companies in attracting LGBTQ+ customers, customers from different religious groups, and customers who have disabilities, if it's communicated clearly. Catering to a wider range of guests gives the companies an edge and profiles them to be forward-thinking and sets them apart as a serious player on the competitive tourism field. What is then required of the tourism companies who want to welcome all visitors to experience their services? The cornerstone is in deciding to treat every visitor equally is to commit wholeheartedly to inclusivity and everything it entails. It might require adjustment of values if not all the people working in the company have yet embraced the idea of equal hospitality to all. Addressing a new target group always requires a new way of thinking, a new way of approaching everyday activities, rethinking your service design, engaging the personnel to the common cause, etc. A new special needs target group needs also a lot of planning prior to the moment that the guests arrive. It can mean accessible environments, prayer rooms for Muslims, halal, kosher or vegetarian food, services separately for women and men, or such. And one of the most important things is communication, communication, communication. If the customer does not know of your services, the services do not exist. I know that in Finland, for instance, tourism companies have already services for disabled people, for the LGBTQ community, for religious groups, but we lack in the communication department. So we are not very good at telling people about our services. Communication is not the easiest thing for us Finns, and that's why it's something we should pay special attention to. At least to these things. Targeting the communications right according to the needs of the respective customer. And please remember that prejudices have a tendency to show in your communications. Keep your communications varied according to who your message is meant to. Tell everything there is to know about your service. There is nothing worse than to have to dig for relevant information by phoning, writing emails, etc. Not every traveler is ready to do that, but travels rather to a destination that has all the relevant information readily and accessibly available on their web page. You should show diversity when communicating about your services and avoid stereotypes, both in text and picture. To conclude my presentation, in the next few slides, I will show a couple of Finnish tourism companies who have communicated their accessible services above average. Concerning other special needs groups, Finland is regarded, for instance, one of the most gay-friendly countries in the world, but unfortunately this does not show in most of the travel programs. And also the needs of different religious groups are not yet addressed sufficiently in our marketing. But here are a couple of examples. For instance, Maritime Center Vellamo in Kotka, which is a museum with exhibitions which give the visitors a glimpse into the maritime history of the city and Finland. And their approach to different groups of disabled people and their aids, that is tools that help them to experience the exhibition comprehensively, is commendable. So they have taken into consideration all the different disability groups in order to make sure that they can experience the exhibitions in the same way as we all others do. Linnanmäki Amusement Park is Finland's biggest amusement park and has been dealing with accessible services for some time already. They certainly have had challenges to face as the premises are located in a very hilly part of Helsinki. Thus, not all of their rides are accessible, but a big number nevertheless. And they have communicated the information rather well. This is only part of their accessibility page. I just wanted to show you at least some of it. And last but not least, for instance, our national railways, Finnish railways, have taken the accessible target group into consideration in their communications, and clear information is given to people with disabilities assistance is offered to everyone who needs it. This is also to show just some points on their webpage about accessibility. I would like to see that all of these companies and other companies as well would pull up the accessibility a little bit more forward on their pages, because now at the moment you have to click quite a few times before you arrive to the accessibility pages. But that was all from me. I hope I have given you food for thoughts, and wish that inclusivity will be on the agenda of every tourism company in the future. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you, Lisa. Now, before you go away, is there any
Yes.
questions or comments about inclusivity to Lisa? No hands, but I see that the inclusivity development is definitely one part of the responsibility also.
Yes, it is.
And
Yes, absolutely.
and then I see that development, inclusivity development in companies and businesses as a one key element also to develop all year round tourism. Do
Yes,
you agree, Lisa?
I do. Wholeheartedly, I do agree. In Visit Finland, we are also, inclusivity is part of the sustainability development work, so it's not separate from it. So that is a very, very good point you are making.
Okay.
And I really hope that Finnish companies tell more about the inclusive services than up to now, I must say.
Communication.
Communication is the key in this case.
Yeah.
I think there are already quite a few services available, but nobody knows about them.
Let's take this to home.
Yes.
To develop also. Thank you, Lisa. We
Thank
will continue
you.
here. Greetings
Yep.
to all in Helsinki.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye bye. Okay, next speech I have really looking forward, and here we change our language to the Finnish. On todella ilo nähdä ja kutsua lavalle Kaija ja Heikki Paltto Adventures-yhtiöstä, ja he kertovat, miten kulttuuri ja luonto ovat siellä elämyksen ytimessä. Olkaa hyvä, Kaija ja Heikki.
No, porre päiviä. Hyvää päivää. Olen poromies ja matkailuyrittäjä Lemmenjoelta. Lemmenjoki on pieni saamelaiskylä Länsi-Inarissa. Ja haluaisin aluksi hieman kertoa Lemmenjoen matkailun historiasta. Lemmenjoen matkailu alkoi kultaryntäyksestä 1940-luvun lopulla. Myöhemmin 1956 perustettiin Lemmenjoen kansallispuisto, jota on myöhemmin laajennettu. Lemmenjoen kansallispuisto on Suomen suurin kansallispuisto ja yhdessä Norjan puolen Övre Anarjohkan kansallispuiston kanssa ovat Euroopan suurin kansallispuisto. Paikalliset kylän saamelaiset poromiehet aloittivat veneliikenteen 1940-luvun lopulla ja kuljettivat kultamiehiä ja matkailijoita jokea ylös. Veneellä matkailijat pääsevät helposti ja nopeasti syvälle erämaahan. Kansallispuistossa on noin 60 kilometriä merkittyjä retkeilyreittejä, jotka noudattelevat jokilaaksoa ja nousevat välillä tunturiin. No, meille paikallisille tämä alue ei kuitenkaan ole erämaata, niin kuin useammat ihmiset kuvittelevat, että se on erämaata, vaan se on meidän koti, jossa hoidamme poroja, kalastamme, marjastamme ja myös metsästämme. Kaikki Lemmenjoen matkailuyrittäjät ovat tänäkin päivänä saamelaisia poronhoitajia. No tietysti luontomatkailun edellytys on puhdas luonto ja puhtaat vedet. Ja koska Lemmenjoellakin on harjoitettu koneellista kullankaivuuta, on näiden elinkeinojen yhteensovittaminen ollut välillä haasteellista. No, koneellinen kullankaivuhan on päättynyt Lemmenjoen kansallispuistossa kesällä 2020. Ja nyt onkin vähän sillä lailla, että luonto palautuu vähitellen yli 30-vuotisen kaivuun jäljiltä. Kansallispuistossa on myös järjestyssäännöt, jotka voivat rajoittaa matkailutoimintaa, mutta ne myös mahdollistavat kestävän ja ohjatun luontomatkailun. No, olen harjoittanut matkailutoimintaa 70-luvulta asti. Ja Lemmenjoen alueen tärkein matkailusesonki onkin kesä. Koska talvella kaikki keskittyvät poronhoitoon, koska se on kuitenkin semmoinen yksi merkittävä pääelinkeino. Tähän asti Lapin talvimatkailu on ollut pitkään huippuluvuissa, mutta kesämatkailun markkinointiin on ollut hyvin vaikea löytää oikeata avainta. Mutta sitten tapahtui jotain ennen arvaamatonta, mitä kukaan ei ollut ajatellut. Niin tämä koronapandemia ravisteli maailmaa. Se sulki rajat ja kaikki pysähtyi. Ja tietysti ajattelimme, että matkailuhan hiipuu täysin, mutta kävikin toisin. Kotimaan matkailijat lähtivät sankoin joukoin kohti pohjoista Lappia. No, tuli kesä 20 ja alussa emme vielä tienneet, mitä tulemaan pitää. Mutta heinäkuussa koitti ihmisryntäys myös Lemmenjoelle, mihin me emme olleet oikeastaan valmistautuneitakaan. No, ryntäys jatkui kesän 2020 ajan ja koko kuluneen kesän 2021. Ja Lemmenjoen kansallispuiston kävijämäärät nousivat kesästä 20 tähän vuoteen niin 40%, ja se on suurin määrä ihmisiä. Uudet kävijät olivat enimmäkseen lapsiperheitä ja nuoria aikuisia pääkaupunkiseudulta ja etelärannikolta, jotka eivät olleet aiemmin käyneet pohjoisessa. Ja eräskin espoolaisäiti kertoi, että kun he majoittuvat mökkiimme ja nuoret teini-ikäiset pojat pääsivät jokirantaan laiturille ja siinä vaiheessa he tokaisivat, että äiti, me olemme tulleet paratiisiin. Että siinä me huomaamme, että kuinka tärkeä on tämä luonnon merkitys. No, ennen koronapandemiaa suurin osa asiakkaistamme oli ulkomaalaisia ja nyt 100% on suomalaisia. No, yrityksessäni toimii itseni lisäksi 2 poikaani, Aslak ja Nils-Heikki. Järjestämme opastettuja jokiveneretkiä 3 jokiveneellä. Ja asiakkaat ovat aina perheemme vieraita. Kuljetamme vieraamme jokiveneen retkille tutustumaan ravadasputouksiin, huuhtomaan kultaa tai perehtymään historiallisiin nähtävyyksiin, peuranpyyntikuoppiin, joista vanhimmat ovat kivikaudelta, sekä kuuluisan Kaapinjounin kenttään arvokkaaseen saamelaiseen pihapiiriin. Retkillä me kerromme elämästämme, saamelaisesta poronhoidosta ja kulttuurista. Vieraamme pääsevät myös kuulemaan sukumme vanhoja ja uusia joikuja. Ja tämä on vieraillemme usein ainutlaatuista ja erityistä, mitä he eivät kuule missään muualla. Retkillä me tarjoamme perinteistä saamelaista juhlaruokaa, porokeittoa. Retken päätteeksi tutustumme vanhassa pihapiirissä poroihin, jonka lisäksi matkailijat pääsevät myös tutustumaan Kaijan huopataiteeseen. Ja sen verran vielä, mitä tuo edellinen puhuja kertoi, niin meillä on myös se, että meillä pääsee liikuntarajoitteiset sinne retkille, koska Lemmenjoki on niin helppo kulkea, niin ne voivat istua veneissä. Että se on hyvin, hyvin tärkeää näille ihmisille. No lisäksi meillä on myös mökkimajoitusta Lemmenjoen rauhallisella rannalla, ja mökit ovat yksilöllisiä ja luonnonläheisiä. No, mielestäni Lapin matkailun markkinoinnissa aitous ei aina pääse näkyviin. Esimerkiksi talven matkailua markkinoidaan paljon askeilla, jotka eivät ole koskaan kuuluneet Suomen Lappiin. Matkailijoille voi syntyä vääriä mielikuvia alueen kulttuurista, niinpä pitäisikin pyrkiä aitouteen. Hyvin usein vieraamme olettavat meidän olevan jostain etelästä tulleita sesonkityöntekijöitä. Ilmeisesti heidän on vaikea ajatella, että täällä asuu myös paikallisia ja että paikallisilla voi olla yritystoimintaa. Tämä pistää ajattelemaan, että miksi näin on. Jotta matkailijat löytäisivät aidon saamelaiskulttuurin pariin, toivoisin Lapin matkailua markkinoivilta tahoilta toimia aitouden suuntaan. Nyt huippusesongin jälkeen emme voi tietää tai ennustaa tulevaa. Mutta on kuitenkin positiivista se, että suomalaiset ovat löytäneet kotimaan ja ennen kaikkea Lapin luonnon. Jo toivotaan, että kansainväliset matkailijat myöskin palaavat Lappiin. Kiitoksia minun puolesta ja Kaija voi jatkaa tästä.
Joo, päivää. Minä olen Kaija Paltto. Minä olen tekstiilitaiteilija, erityisesti huopataiteilija. Ja mulla on pitkä ura. Olen tehnyt huopaa jo 28 vuotta. Ja kerron ensin teille vähän, mikä on huopa. Ja huovutustekniikka, sehän on ihmisen ensimmäinen kulttuurijaloste. Se on huomattavasti vanhempi kuin kehruutaito ja kutominen. Ja se tulee Mongoliasta. Siellä lampaanvillan ominaisuudet on tosi hyvät huopumiselle. Ja Mongoliassahan tänä päivänäkin useat vielä asuvat jurtassa. Ja jurttahan on tehty huovasta. Se on huopa-asumus, eli ne kankaat on huovutettu ihan samalla tällä huovutustekniikalla. Ja Suomeen me on saatu huovutustekniikka Venäjältä noin 200 vuotta sitten huopatossujen muodossa. Mutta minä olen käynyt tämän huovutustekniikan aikoinaan hakemassa Turkin vuoristokylistä sieltä mestareiden pajoista. Ja siellä näin, miten siellä tehtiin mattoja ja lammaspaimenten viittoja ja hevosen ja aasin satulamattoja huovutustekniikalla. Ja se on rullaustekniikka. Mutta koska meillä on Suomessa suomenlampaa maatiaislammas ja suomenlampaa villa on yksi maailman parhaita villoja ja se sopii tähän huovuttamiseen aivan parhaasti, minä käytän tätä suomenlampaa villaa. Ja minä teen pääasiassa seinätekstiilejä ja teoksissa maalaan tällä suomenlampaa villalla ympäröivän luonnon kuvia. Ja värit tulee täältä Lapin luonnosta tietenkin ja sitten ideat. Ja tästä meidän porosaamelaisesta elämästä tulee paljon ideoita näihin mun töihin. Mutta sitten käytän myöskin näitä vanhoja noitarummun kuvioita, niin kuin tässä näette. Tässä on nämä Matrahkun tyttäret, esiäidin tyttäret, nämä naisten suojelijat, nämä jumalat. Ja nämä rummuthan kirkko aikoinaan hävitti ja poltti melkein kaikki, kun ne tuhosi pakanauskontoa silloin 400 vuotta sitten. Mutta onneksi meille jäi näitä muutamia rumpuja ja näissä jumalien kuvissa on tosi kiehtovia tarinoita ja siitä, minkälainen se on luontouskonnossa ollut näiden jumalien merkitys. Ja mä teen myöskin asusteita ja niissä me käytän poron nahkaa, koska me ollaan poronhoitajia, meillä tulee paljon nahkamateriaalia, niin liitän sitä sitten huopaan. Ja alusta asti, kun aloin tekemään näitä huopatöitä, oli ihan selvää, että matkailijat olisivat ne minun asiakkaat ja minun asiakaskunta, että minä sitten nämä tuotteeni myisin matkailijoille. Ja me ollaankin Heikin kanssa sitten yhdistetty nämä omat toimintamme ja meillä on samat asiakkaat. 21 vuotta sitten uskalsin ja rakensin huopa-ateljeen kotini yhteyteen Lemmenjoelle, pieneen syrjäiseen kylään, niin ajattelin, että se on se paras paikka ja niin se on ollut. Siirsin kaiken toiminnan sinne omaan ateljeen Lemmenjoelle. Ja yleensä meidän retkiohjelmat alkaa sillä, että asiakkaat tulee ensin minun esitelmään ja minä kerron heille ensin Lemmenjoen kylän historiasta, miten kylä on syntynyt, miten tämä Heikin suku on sinne aikoinaan tullut ja sitten kerron nykypäivästä, miten me eletään tänä päivänä siellä. Ja sitten kerron poronnahasta, huovutuksesta ja teen aina työnäytöksen ja kaikki pääsevät näkemään ja oppimaan minun tekniikan ja miten minun kuvat syntyy. Ja sitten tämän esitelmän jälkeen siirrytään näille Jokivene-retkille perheemme miesten johdolla. Että näin vieraat ovat saaneet jo hyvän mielikuvan alueesta, johon ovat menossa sitten päiväretkelle. Ja talvikuukausina minä pidän saamelaiskulttuuriohjelmia. Miehet ovat metsässä, mutta minä olen kotona. Ja niissä ensin tutustutaan poroihin ja välillä, jos pojat on kotona, pojat pitää poro-ohjelmia. Tässäkin kuvassa on Nils Heikki. Mutta jos miehet ovat tokan tykönä, niin minä sitten hoidan alusta loppuun asti. Mutta sitten me menemme ateliehen sisälle ja minä esittelen käsitöitä, joita olen valmistanut perheen omaan käyttöön. Poronnahasta, kenkiä, kintaita, housuja, lakkeja sekä erilaisia saamenpukuja ja asusteita. Ja kerron myöskin niiden merkityksestä ja kuinka porosta käytämme kaiken materiaalin hyödyksi. Ja ohjelman lopuksi sitten tietysti tutustutaan vielä minun ateljeen näyttelyyn ja teoksiin. Ja tähän asti kaikki talviajan vierailivat olleet ulkomaalaisia, ei yhtään suomalaista koskaan. Se on täysin ollut näiden ulkomaalaisten varassa. Ja niin kuin viime keväänä sitten ei ollut todellakaan asiakkaita, kun kaikki oli jääneet rajojen taakse. Ja alusta asti mulla on ollut ihan selvää, että minä otan asiakkaat mukaan myöskin näihin töihin ja työnäytöksiin ja työpajoihin. Ja silloin he pääsevät itse kokeilemaan huovutustekniikkaa, tekemään omilla käsillään ja ehkä joku saa huovutuksesta uuden harrastuksen. Ja on aina ilo nähdä, miten innoissaan vieraat ovat työnäytöksessä, kun rullattu paketti avataan ja sitten huovutettu teos paljastuu sieltä, että kuinka se nopeasti muuttuu tekstiiliksi se villa. Ja mä myyn kaikki mun tuotteet kotiateljeesta ja se on minun Suomen pysyvä näyttely. Mulla ei ole missään muualla myynnissä näitä tuotteita. Ja asiakkaat kokevat hyvin tärkeänä, että ovat tavanneet taiteilijan henkilökohtaisesti, ostaneet tuotteen suoraan häneltä ja kuulleet teoksen tarinan. Ja heidän kotiseinällään teos muistuttaa heitä Suomen Lappiin tehdystä matkasta. Ja olen ollut tosi onnekas. Olen saanut urani aikana näyttelykutsuja 12 eri maahan ympäri maailmaa. Näyttelykutsuja on yleensä tullut minun atelieihin ja kysynyt, että voisitko tulla myöskin minun maahan, minä haluan järjestää sinulle näyttelyn. Ja sitten minä yleensä sanon, että yes, I can come. Ja se on ollut välillä tosi haasteellista saada ne kokoelmat valmiiksi, isoja kokoelmia tämän muun työn ohessa, ja sitten vielä matkustaa toiselle puolelle maailmaa. Ja viimeisin näyttely mulla oli Thaimaan Phuket Townissa, Old Townissa, yhdessä thaimaalaisen kuvataiteilijan kanssa. Meillä oli näyttely, jonka nimi oli Spirit of Homeland. Ja se oli keväällä 2020, eli juuri ennen pandemiaa kerettiin sieltä kotiin. Ja sitten ei ole kyllä lähdetty enää näyttelymatkoille. Mutta nämä ulkomailla pidetyt näyttelyt on ollut hyvin antoisia, innostavia ja auttaneet jaksamaan seuraaviin projekteihin. Ja olen päässyt tutustumaan useisiin eri kulttuureihin näyttelymatkojen ansiosta. Ja olen myöskin päässyt tapaamaan muita huopataiteilijoita ympäri maailmaa ja tutustunut uusiin huopatekniikoihin. Ja minusta tämä taiteen ja käsityön yhdistäminen matkailuun luo vuorovaikutusta eri kulttuurien välille. Kiitoksia. Ja te voitte tutustua minun tuotteisiin tuossa aulassa. Mulla on siinä pieni näyttely, niin näette ihan livenä sitten, että miltä ne huopateokset näyttää. Kiitos.
Kiitos Kaija, kiitos Heikki. Kyllä nöyrin mielin hattu nousee niin korkealle kuin vaan yllän teidän tämän yrittäjäuran edessä ja kuinka te olette pystyneet siinä pitämään sen aitouden ja elämäntapanne ja kaikki ne juuret, mitä sukunne ja vielä lapsetkin olette saaneet siihen mukaan. Että onneksi olkoon. Hienoa, uskomattoman hieno tarina. Okay, let's change back to the English. Now we have a little break, but before that, I have promised to Samantha from Profit Room to tell with few sentences which kind of services Profit Room provide to companies and which kind of possibilities you give as a cooperation. Can you use this microphone?
Hello everybody, and thank you for inviting us here. It's our first time at this event and already it's amazing to feel the culture of Finland. We as a company are already working in 30 different countries around the world, and there are a couple of things actually in earlier presentations, for example from Lisa's, about communication, where we really support hoteliers. Not just hoteliers, but all types of accommodation providers. And again, earlier we heard about unique venues as well, and how they are really emerging in this industry. We help with websites, booking engines, channel managers, and enable more package and online bookings for users across 30 different languages with a single platform. And really we help hoteliers get more business direct and become more profitable by having more reliable systems online. If you'd like to find out more, myself and 3 of my colleagues are in the lobby, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having us today.
Yeah. Thank you, Samantha, and you can speak with Samantha and her colleague in the lobby. There is more about their services. Now we start to move, but not directly out from the door. I would invite you all to the front and we will take the group pictures. Cooperation in the Arctic region, Visit Arctic Europe 2. And we invite to the stage Mr. Rauno Posio from Visit Arctic Europe. Thank you, guys. And before I start, I would like to introduce my two dear colleagues here, Nina and Maikku. Are you already inside? Nina from Finnish Lapland Tourist Board, our CEO, and Maikku Raittimo, who is a project coordinator, and without her, we would not manage at all. Okay. Somehow I need to do this very fast, but if I do more than 20 minutes, somebody should come and kick me out. Kick me out from the stage. Okay, Visit Arctic Europe 2. We already started 2015 with the Visit Arctic Europe 1. And we made the project successfully. There was a lot of different development and analysis, for example, the accessibility, but we had also very powerful commercial part in that project, which created only with one activity 109 million additional volume to this region. Now we are in Visit Arctic Europe 2, which we started in 2018, and also Corona hit to us, but it was the fortune that our financiers here, they was very flexible and they understand the need, and we got more time. And now we have time until end of the September 22, and this makes possible to do our all planned activities. The total budget is 6.4 million euros. So we are speaking about the really big Interreg project. And financiers are, as I said, Interreg fund, and then local partners, public partners, and also companies. And here you see the partners who lead the project or administrate that. Finnish Lapland Tourist Board is so-called leading partner. And 120 companies. Also from this region, Northern Lapland, we have a quite good number of companies. I see many familiar faces also here. In the right-hand side, you see the structure of the project. Cross-border cooperation is our basement, and we develop these that areas, but also businesses would start to work more closely cross-borderly. Then marketing, accessibility, and competence development is our main headlines where we work. And you see their image marketing, and we needed that because companies decided that we will focus to autumn, which was the most potential season to develop for whole region. And let's go through these headlines a little bit later more closely. But sustainability is very important, and I would like to describe it as a sun which shines to all what we do. But we have also made the activities which develop the sustainability actions in companies. Okay, image marketing. As I said, we needed this because our focus was in the season which was not familiar among the tour operators or final consumers in our selected markets. We had to give to them reason to come here also in autumn time or unsnowy time. And we saw it very important that this image marketing is not just like a pink, beautiful cloud somewhere and no connection to the tactical marketing. We wanted to tie up it very closely to the tactical marketing. And here is the list, what we have done until now, and some samples. Well, is here anyone from Hollywood? Hollywood? No? Okay, good. Then I can explain what this ICE campaigns is. You remember that in autumn 2019 they launched Frozen 2. And it was the story what we wanted to use because it was from this region, and there was the images which was exactly what we wanted to show. There was the reason why to come here. And for example, if you see this picture behind there, it's from London Centrum from that weekend when Frozen 2 was launched. And there was our ad there. I will not go through all these activities what we have done in image marketing because this 20 minutes is too short time for that. But I want to say one sample. Naming the auroras was really, really successful. And here we created the platform where consumers or anyone could propose the name for next aurora. And as the idea came from the fact that all big storms will get the name in globe, like Katerina in US and etc., etc. And why we would name also the sun storms which create the auroras. And this went through in globe like häkä in Finnish. And there was 109 off and online articles in 32 countries. And what we reached with this campaign was 508 million potential viewers. And earned media value, if we would buy this interest or these ads from media, it would be 4.8 million euros. So, and as you see, New York Post, People, and just name it, the main medias all over the world, they wrote about this. And here is what we have reached until now from these 10 campaigns. 134, there is the plus because it's increased all the time. Media publications, 6.5 million earned media value, and total reach is 670 million. And then for our some videos we made, 12.1 million has seen those videos. And this is difficult to say that how many euros or how many passengers this will create. But bloody fact is that if somebody knows about us in wherever he is and we can increase the interest, it's more potential clients to us than the people who doesn't know about us. Okay, well, as Corona hit, we couldn't make this image marketing tying to tactical marketing fully, but all this material what we have created in image marketing, our tour operators and also why companies can use. We have established the thisisarctic.com page, and there is all this material. Then the tactical marketing. As you see, these activities here, they are traditional, good activities. But our biggest expectation is in these joint campaigns with tour operators. And at the moment there is 28 contracted tour operators who has done the production and do marketing for this region. And as during the COVID, there was times that there was no reason to do the tactical marketing because markets didn't respond at all. So we have saved quite enormous money for post-COVID marketing. Altogether, together with tour operators, we use 5 million euros for tactical marketing. And in autumn 2020, before we knew that COVID is there, tour operators estimated that they will create more than 200,000 overnights to this region. I think that if that would happen, that would be great. And Jarmo Siivikko, who is also here now, would put us to the Lapland radio also. Okay, now the tour operators are concentrating to the coming winter and next summer and autumn 2022. And when COVID hit, we didn't just lose our hope, but we changed all our activities to the digital ones. And we created digital fam trips, which created nice number of participants, and we still can do the physical fam trips, which was in the plan in next winter and springtime, and also in June, the pre and post tours. In autumn 2019, we had a physical sales workshop in Levi, and then in the plan there was already 2020 the second physical sales workshop, because of the well-known reason, we changed those to the digital ones. And actually now the companies has got more than they expected. There was 2 additional sales workshop instead of 2 physical ones. Next sales workshop, physical one, will be in mid-June 2022. And then the accessibility. Here all money we have budgeted for this is really marketing money for new routes which will be established from market areas to here. And what we have reached until now is some charter operations, and we have to notice here that Voig Travel, there is summer charters which they will continue now also to the autumn, to the September. Then Nordic has new summer charter series, and Kontiki-Reisen, they already had 4 charters, and for next summer they will increase their 9 weeks operation to 15 weeks operation. So 15 weeks charter series are coming. And scheduled flights, Stansted-Luleå, with SAS we have a cooperation, and this new one, Eurowings, which start already in December 21, and fly from Düsseldorf and Stuttgart to 4 airports in this region. And in internal accessibility, our main aim was to create cross-border routes and use our money to marketing and then reduce the risk for transportation company to open this route. And Arctic route is there and will continue now in this December, and it's the loop between those destinations you see down there, and it goes every day to the both direction. And its first year, in first month, December 2019, already 50 tour operators booked tickets for this route. So there is demand for that. Our aim was to open Kirkenes-Luleå and Narvik-Kiruna-Kittilä already in winter 2020, but let's see now when the time is ready for them. And then Tromsø-Rovaniemi internal flight. I trust on this that it will really start, maybe not this winter, but next winter, because there is tour operators who are committed. They have the production where they need this flight. Okay, still 2 minutes. Competence development, where we have sustainability development, digitalization, and market knowledge and product development. And of course, this goes in this order that we need first market knowledge, and then we made product development, or companies made. Project didn't, but companies made. And then now recently we have concentrated to the sustainability and digitalization. And this sustainability was took in the companies very well, but many of them has made so much already in sustainability. And if we compare Finnish Lapland or also Swedish Lapland and Northern Norway to the other other destinations, we are pretty sustainable. But of course there is still much to do. And as Lisa says, here is also one thing. We have to remember to communicate about this, how sustainable we are, how responsible we are. Corona hit and influenced also this activity, but again, we didn't cancel, but we created something new, and we made digitally quite a lot during these months. Next networking event will take place in couple of weeks. No, in 1 week. In 1 week in Haaparanda, and it's nice to see really these people and company representatives all together now. And then in August 2022 we have our last final seminar. Let's go forward. And I'm really looking forward to the next speaker who is online, my dear friend from Northern Norway Tourist Board, Managing Director Trond Øverås, who is also leading the Visit Arctic Europe Norwegian partner. And Trond will tell about the importance of sustainable growth, maintaining the settlements, and local value creation. Can you hear us, Trond?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Nice to see you.
Same. I should be in Inari, but unfortunately I'm in Tromsø right now. So I hope you have a good event and a good conference for everyone.
Yeah. Welcome to the Spirit of Inari, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. I will try to focus on the importance of sustainable growth and maintaining settlements, and also local value creation. I need to look at this from a bit overall, or to use a overall focus. So especially also in the situation we are now with Corona, of course, this also affect quite many societies in northern part of Norway. But first of all, I would like to only give a brief introduction to Northern Norway Tourist Board, where I have the function as CEO. And Northern Norway Tourist Board is similar to Swedish Lapland Visitors Board and to some extent also LME. And our purpose is, as you can see here, to contribute to a sustainable, profitable and professional tourism business in Northern Norway, and of course for our partners. And we have three main focus areas: marketing globally in the markets we find most interesting for us, to work with development, and also to facilitate sales. So that's in a way us, and 51% of the shares are owned by Nordland County and Troms and Finnmark County. And in addition, we have quite many shareholders, and the biggest commercial ones are Hurtigruten, the hotel chains Thon Hotels and Scandic Hotels. So those are the three biggest commercial companies as shareholders in Northern Norway Tourist Board. I thought I should start with this one and go back to 2019, as we normally call the last normal year we've had before Corona. And this was the first year where we turned 20 billion NOK in turnover for the industry in northern part of Norway. And as you can see, we had 9.6 billion in value creation and quite many employees. We had almost 17,300 persons employed in the tourism industry in northern part of Norway. This is, of course, not a competition compared to other industries, but I think it is quite important to underline that we, at least in 2019, we were bigger in the number of employees compared to agriculture, fishing and fish processing, and manufacturing and petro and mining. If we divide the number of employees into accommodation, unfortunately, this is a bit mix between Norwegian and English, the picture you will see. But if we divide it into accommodation, food and beverage, transportation, and experiences, as you can see, most of the employees were employed in the transportation part, 5,718. Quite similar was food and beverage. And then we have the accommodation part, and the smallest one in regards of number of employees was the experience part of the industry. And as you probably know, the growth in the industry in northern part of Norway has been, we have had quite a quickly growth this last years, especially from 2010. And if you look at the blue graph, which says we have had a growth by 77%, that is measured from 1998 to the last, what I call normal year, which has been 2019. The yellow graph is the growth in tourism. So the biggest growth we have had in the tourism part. And the orange is business travel, and the light blue color, which says we have had a 10% reduction, is related to MICE, meeting, incentive, conferences, and events. And as you can see, from 2009, 2010, we had really a good growth related to the tourism part. And the biggest factor related to that growth is the growth we've had in the winter period. And what is special when we look into the development, this is a picture that shows the value creation, and it's an index-based graph showing the growth in value creation, and the gray line is related to the experience part of the industry. So this picture says that the steepest growth we have had in the experience part of the industry, which says from 2004 to 2017, 4.09. And then we have the orange one and the blue one, which is related to the orange, food and beverage, and the blue one, the accommodation part. So the fastest growth we had before Corona was related to the experience part of the industry. And of course, this is also important for local municipalities. And quite a lot of the growth has been related to how we have developed the winter product. Not only the winter product, but mainly the winter product. And then we got Corona. So this picture shows the drop we had in number of guest nights. Unfortunately, I didn't tell you, but the picture I've showed you, except the growth in value creation, we use number of guest nights as a key performance indicator. And we got Corona, and we had really a drop, as other countries also had, in number of guest nights. And in total, the drop for Troms and Finnmark County was by 35.4%, which is, of course, a dramatic drop. And where are we now? If we compare 2021 so far, accumulated per September, and we compare the 2021 figures with 2019 figures, which was our last normal year, you can see here on the light blue line that we are lagging behind by 35.6%, which is really a challenge for us. This is Troms and Finnmark County. If we look at Nordland County, the situation is different. They are only lagging behind by 7.6%. And the reason is that during these two last summer periods, quite many Norwegians have had holiday in Nordland County, especially related to Lofoten and the neighbor area, Vesterålen. And many of them went by car. They didn't use flights to go there. When or after the Corona situation started, there were done quite many analyses looking into the importance of the tourism industry for the local communities in northern part of Norway. And here I show you an example where we have looked into Finnmark, or earlier Finnmark County. And what you can see here, because here is all the municipalities in Finnmark. And if you look at the red dotted line, the red dotted line show us the average on a national level, the the importance of the tourism industry. And as you can see, almost all municipalities in Finnmark, they are rated higher than the red dotted line. That means that in general, the municipalities in Finnmark are more dependent on the tourism industry than municipalities in general in Norway. So the tourism industry is extremely important for, of course, quite many municipalities in northern part of Norway, but especially for Finnmark, we see that almost all municipalities are very, for all the municipalities, the number of employees are extremely important for, of course, tax income, etc., etc. And what I'm going to show you now is that when we started to work, of course, in this situation, especially with focus on the Norwegian market, we also needed to work with some barriers because our main market in Norway, or the main potential, is related to the southern parts, especially around the Oslo region. So we really needed to get attention. That is, it can be a positive experience to go north, also as a Norwegian in the summer period, and also for other parts of the year.
This is Norway. International visitors usually travel here to experience this, which is mostly found in northern Norway. However, most Norwegians live in the south. As a result, many Norwegians have yet to experience the beauty that's right in front of them. So how could we help Norwegians see what the rest of the world sees so clearly? Tourists who have visited Norway can't stop praising our country on social media. We realized that every comment they left could help motivate Norwegians to experience their own country. And so we started to collect comments. A lot of comments, 13,000 to be precise. Then we asked the funniest guy from northern Norway to read them out loud. All of them. In one take.
Love Tromsø. Orgasmic. Harstad. Oh.
We simply called it Top 13,000 Reasons Why You Should Visit Northern Norway.
Been to Norway 14 times. It's enough. So it's not enough. It's not enough. Beautiful Norway. Takes my breath away. Do. Take my breath away. Husker du den? Top Gun?
Husker den.
Got off the bus, found a nice pub with a pool, table. Å ja. Hvor mange meldinger har vi tatt nå?
214.
We launched a full travel review in a 7-hour-long film.
214 bare.
We then published shorter versions of it with comments catered to people's specific interests. And for those interested in a long read, we published all 13,000 comments in a single article on visitnorway.com. Our super long travel review made quite a few headlines. We reached 72% of our target group with content created from this record-breaking travel review. Now, we can't say for certain how many of our viewers decided to travel to northern Norway this summer, but we do know that the number of Norwegian visitors to the region increased by 33% compared to June of last year. So, thank you, international tourists, for giving us the 13,000 reasons we needed to travel north in our own country.
Okay, but where are we now? And I think there are some trends we see in the market that not only will help the northern part of Norway, but also the Finnish Lapland and the Swedish Lapland. And perhaps you have also touched into some of those trends around that. I'm not sure, but at least I will give you a couple of examples. What we see is that it will probably be a bigger focus from the potential markets on the possibility to go, as it says here, out and away. The possibility to be able to be more outdoor in rural areas, and also to have holiday off the beaten track. And I believe that our areas, our region, are very well equipped to give potential customers good experiences. We also see that more and more people, they want to visit, but they want to experience in smaller groups, for example. Another trend we see is that multi-general travel will probably be more important in the years to come, based on the corona situation. And this picture shows us what is most important to you when you are planning your trip this year. And in these markets, as you see this picture, says that who I am with and what we do is more important than where I am and what I see. And the way we read this is that we need to be good in our planning, in our development to create products or adjust already produced products or planned products, also to fit, for example, families and generational travel possibilities. Another trend or another wave in a way globally is that it will be more focus on what the tourism can do for locals than opposite. And how we plan the tourism development and the link to the local communities will be extremely important. I work in a DMO, and we also see that the role for the DMO is changing, and it will move from more traditionally way of working to connect the marketing work with the local development work. So that will really be a change, because we need to secure that we will have a sustainable development after this corona period passes by. And it will be more focused on what we call sustainable marketing. We need probably, as the first bullet point says, that we need to have more focus on the value creation, instead of, at least where we have had our focus in Norway, to where we have been very volume oriented. And we, of course, also need to find tools. How can we have tools to help us developing the tourism in the best possible way, where we link the need from the local communities with the need we have from customers and what type of customers the local communities want to have visiting them in different parts of the year. So for us in northern part of Norway and Northern Norway Tourist Board, we have a statement which is very important for us. We need in the future to work to get the right guest at the right place at the right time, both related to how we communicate. So we have a responsible communication into the market, and the link to what we are offering the customers, and of course also the local needs, also the local communities. And then we've said that the right guest at the right place at the right time, that is a guest that is well prepared and curious at arrival, considerate when here, and inspired and enriched when leaving. And this is my last picture, because how do we do that? And we have developed what we call a strategic compass for Northern Norway. I will not go into this in detail, but this started originally as a marketing tool, only a marketing tool, to help us to get the right message into the right segment. and to have a better luck with our marketing and our campaigns. But what we have seen now is that this tool, this segmentation tool or target group tool, also help us to have good discussions in local communities based on what type of customers they want to visit their region or their municipality. Because here we have the need from the different target groups related to communication, but we also have what they are seeking for locally and what they are expecting. What kind of service level, for example, what type of experiences, which level related to food and beverage, to accommodation, etc., etc. So this is probably not the answer for everything, but at least I believe the main message for me and from our part is that to have a healthy development, healthy sustainable development, we need some tools that can help us. And this is an example for a tool that we are using. So that was mainly it from my part. So I hope this was at least giving you some input, and I was trying to get this in a big picture, but I was not quite sure how I do it, so I do it like that. So I hope this was at least a bit useful for you, and yeah, some thoughts about how we are thinking from northern part of Norway. And last but not least, for us, the Visit Arctic Europe project has been extremely important. And I also believe that in the future, we need to see Finnish Lapland, Swedish Lapland, northern part of Norway, more as one region. Because when we are working in the foreign markets, quite many customers see this region as one region.
Thank you, Trond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trond. Thank you, Trond. Very comprehensive and clear presentation. Now we know how you are doing there in northern Norway, and we wish you very good luck for coming season and hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, about this thing that we should be as one region with the northern Norway, Swedish Lapland and Finnish Lapland. When we started this project, we got loads of good feedback from tour operators that finally we see here locally, we see this as a one destination, because they have thought already long time that this is one destination. Okay, now we have heard what is going on here in the region, but now in next phase we will go to the markets, and we will hear 3 different presentations about different markets. And first we will hear a market review from France. Sanna Tuononen, market representative France from Business Finland and Visit Finland, and she's also online. Can you hear us, Sanna?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very well. Welcome to Spirit of Inari.
Thank you. Thank you. So good afternoon to all of you. Very happy to be here. Of course, would be nicer to be there on site, but at least happy to be here online. So miss Lapland so much. Has been a very long period with no trips to Lapland. So hopefully I can be soon there. So I will give you a market review about France, a few words about the current situation, and also some provision for the near future, and then a few words about the French travel demand and about the French travelers. So very interesting presentation just before me, and definitely I agree with many points, for example, what Trond said, and it applies to French travelers also. So just shortly about me. So I'm a market representative in France, and I've been living here now quite a long time, almost 19 years. And I've been working for Visit Finland in France since 2008. So already quite a period too. And yeah, let's go then to the current situation. So I won't go into the details. We all know that COVID is still here, and there are some things, but quite shortly about France. So for the moment, there are no restrictions from EU countries. So the French can, for the moment, at least vaccinated, they can travel to Finland, and same otherwise. About the other countries outside of Europe, there are still some restrictions, and quarantine might be required. So there are still quite many details to be confirmed before traveling. Otherwise, in France, the situation is quite good, I would say, for the moment. So the vaccination is going on quite well. Masks are, of course, obligatory as in many other places, especially in public places and transportation. And in France, for the moment, sanitary pass is in use and has been for a while. So in restaurants, cafes, bars, and museums, and yeah, in very many places and events. And now people are kind of used to it because it has been for quite many months already. So it's becoming a normality, or at least for a while. Few words about the flight situation, which was of course quite difficult, but now it's getting much better. So we have already 3 flights per day with Finnair. Just before pandemic, they had 5 flights, so we are not yet there, but in good direction to that. So this is from Paris to Helsinki, of course, and then 2 per week from Nice. We have also nice news. So Air France launched Finland as a destination this summer, after 20 years of absence. So this is great news, of course. And they do have now 2 flights per day from Paris to Helsinki. And the latest news, 4th of December, they will have their first flight, Paris-Rovaniemi. And for some weeks during the winter season, it will be also 2 flights per week. So this is, of course, great news that we can have direct flights. Then, yeah, for Helsinki, we have also Ryanair starting flights. And actually, Ivalo, I just learned that Transavia also once per week for starting January for the late winter season. So this is, of course, great news. And charter situation is also at the pre-pandemic level for this winter, which is very good. And yeah, we do have charters in every airport in Lapland from France. A few words about the travel date and what's happening for the moment. So many of the travel agencies, of course, were closed during quite a long time. People were working at home, or they were unemployed. French government had a quite good support financially for this unemployment. So of course, then people got quite good situation financially still. But now the agencies are open, and most of them back to work full time. And as I've been now in quite many events and heard quite many comments and feedback, they say that they are also quite busy. So it's good to be back full time, and they have much work to do. And all our tour operator partners are quite confident concerning the coming winter season for Finland, and the demand is definitely there. And of course, this is well, you never know, but the situation looks quite okay. Even if in Europe for the moment, yeah, it's going up, but still it's kind of in control, I would say. And there definitely is a big interest and desire to travel. So French have been traveling quite much inside France, as I think it's the same case in every country, and as Trond said, also probably in Norway and Finland and Sweden also. But that's why also now the interest to travel abroad is very strong. And yeah, we do have a good offering that fits perfectly the current demand. And of course, this applies to all the Nordic countries. Also, space, outdoor activities, and nature. So as mentioned already in the previous presentation, those are really the thing now. There are also some new actors who are interested to develop products in Finland or Nordic countries, and of course those new air connections are also attracting new operators. What is then the important topics for the moment among the partners? So of course this adaptability and flexibility is a big thing. So clients are quite demanding for the moment. Well, French are demanding already even without the difficult situation, but now it's even more. So the corona insurance and all type of corona measures are of course quite important and demanded, and clients are ready to pay for an extra insurance to be sure that they won't have any problems with that. Tailor-made services are also an important part, and travelers want to know that there has been something done especially for them, even if it's a small detail. So that's a big thing. Flexible conditions, of course, as the situation is still like it is. There are lots of last-minute changes, of course, and this is not easy for the agencies and tour operators. This is quite sometimes difficult to handle and demand the patience. And of course, sanitary measures in destinations is very important issue, and people are asking how it is and how it is handled there. So how was the year 2020? Or actually same thing, 2021, beginning of the year. So quite many French still traveled because, well, it's a very important thing. And after the lockdowns, people wanted to travel even if it was not too far away. So big part of them traveled, and of course, mainly in France. And the medium budget was a little bit lower than normally, but this is mainly, of course, because it was in France. Most of them were using online channels, and this is a big trend now. So there is a really big digitalization leap, which is very good among the end clients, but also among the travel professionals. So big part of the French, they really booked online and prepared online. So it's a big thing, and now becoming more and more common. And you can see it also with the tour operators and agencies that they have got them online channels a lot better than it was before pandemic. And most of the French are also tourists, so they use a lot their smartphones and tablets. Of course, in booking and preparation phase, but also during the holidays. So it's quite important that the digital channels are working and are well visible. That even some services or activities can be easily booked through digital channels when already in the destination. Okay, a few words about the outlook for the winter season. About the flight capacity and bookings from France to Finland, and we do have also for some other Nordic countries. So here you have first the seat capacity. So those figures are coming for forward keys tools that we have in our business intelligence unit, and it's a quite nice tool to have some prevision for the near future. Of course, you don't have all the charter flights there, but still you can get an idea about the situation. So here are the figures compared to pre-pandemic situation. So the seat capacity has becoming a little bit better. than last year, which is very good. So -6 for Finland, -9 Sweden, and -28 Norway. And the flight booking situation is a little bit lagging behind, even considered the seat capacity. So we are still around -15 and going -23. But of course, this was updated in October. So if we go until March, there are still many months to come. So of course, this is not yet the latest situation. But yeah, at least we are on track back to the pre-pandemic level. Here you can see the seat capacity development. We can see that this is seat capacity Finland. So we can see here that the dark blue, that's the current period, light blue pre-pandemic, and then you have the line for the development. So according to this figure, March 2020 onwards, the seat capacity should be at the pre-pandemic level. So seems quite good if we don't have any surprises. And of course, there is also this new flights connection, as I mentioned, Air France and Ryanair. Why this is then looking quite okay for the next springtime. Okay, and this is a comparison concerning our source markets. So here you can see on the right, it's the flight booking situation compared to pre-pandemic situation, and down you have the market share. So of course, Germany and United Kingdom are our biggest markets, and yeah, are still a little bit under the zero also, but yeah, going up. And France is coming just right after, quite close to zero level, so going in the good direction too. And yeah, and then is Spain, of course, which is doing quite well. Okay, then a few words about the French. How are they as travelers, and what's trendy now? So here you have the development, as I mentioned, about the overnights, and so we do also measure overnights as Norway just mentioned. So same thing for us, and actually France developed very well just before the pandemic. So 2019 it was 14%, so quite nice growth, and that's why I think it's even more difficult to be in the pre-pandemic levels, because we just had so nice growth before it. But we'll be there, I hope. And as you see on the right, French are coming to Finland mainly in the winter season and in Lapland. So more than half of the yearly figures are for Lapland. So it's a really important part of it. And yeah, all the Nordic countries. So as mentioned, we are all about at the same level in market shares. Norway a little bit in advance, and it has been a nice growth for all the Nordic countries. So very nice to see that, and it's definitely, I think, also the near future. We can see and feel it in France, so it will be also in the future. So there is a demand and offering which is right for the people right now. And yeah, Finland is about in the middle when this was inquiry about what people are thinking spontaneously as a travel destination. So yeah, Finland is about in the middle, Iceland just behind, and Denmark a little bit more behind, and then Sweden and Norway in front of Finland. And this was done in 2019. And few words what people get in mind when asking about Finland as a destination. Of course, snow, as the winter is so well known. So snow, nature, country, northern forest, landscape. So yeah, quite what you could think about also those words. Well, we don't have fjords, so they are kind of mixing also Nordic countries quite often. But yeah. What they were looking for when Googling Finland. So of course, Northern Lights are always the quite big thing. But we did get also saunas, cities, lakes and islands. Well, lakes and islands probably were because we had some nice TV documentaries just 2019. So probably those got up with that. But yeah, vacation packages and things to do. All type of listings of things to do and experience are quite important in Google searches. Okay, what about then about the future and trends? So the big things now are that people have a little bit more budget than before because they had nice savings during COVID. Of course, this doesn't apply to all, but our target group, which is mainly higher income travelers, this is the case, as they didn't go so much to the restaurants and they didn't travel, so the budget are a little bit up for at least for the near future. Stays are a little bit longer, so when people take holidays, they want to really enjoy it and not just do some short breaks, especially when going abroad. They are looking for destination with space, outdoor activities, and nature. So this is a now big thing. And well, as Trond mentioned also, there's a request for places with less tourists and out of the beaten track. So this is definitely a thing. And also people want to have some recharging holidays without any difficulties or constraints. So life has been quite stressful, so they really want to have and have some activities combining sport and well-being, eat good food. Well, as always, friends, food is important, but local and organic food. And this respect for environment has become quite important. So sustainable products and destination are asked for. And good services. This is a big thing also. French like to use services and they wait for that also, that they can have services during their holidays. Tailor-made offer and packages are important. And of course, vacations, so combination of work and holidays is now also demanded. Need for simplicity. So as life has been difficult, now they want to be easy on the holiday and book easily. So of course, now tour operators has a quite important role, and travel agencies just post-COVID situation, because you can easily have your package and help if needed. As mentioned before, flexibility and guarantees and safety and health. So of course, quite important. And then just a few words, so potential for Finland, and yeah, I would say also for other Nordic countries, the same thing concerning France. So slow tourism and sustainable tourism, of course, it's a big thing everywhere, and there is a big potential for us. So I think Nordic countries, people are already thinking that when they come, they suppose we are sustainable already. So it's an important thing. Live and do like local. So this is very important, and as mentioned also in the previous presentation, people want to have experiences and know how the local culture is, and have something. They want to learn something, not just visit and do, but also learn something new about the people or culture or things which are local. Easy traveling, as mentioned. So, of course, we have image as a well-functioning country. So this is very good and helps with that and give us potential. And well-being. So everything combined with sauna, clean air, clean water, nature. We should really mention those and push those in the communication too. Active in nature, as mentioned. So I think the big thing is also that we have wide offering, that we have something to give for different target groups. So those which are a little bit more sportive and want to do fat bike in the winter or in the fells, but also for families. So you can have also nature activities with the family. So we really have a wide offering. Luxury tourism, definitely something, a lot of potential. with lots of potential, and this combination of luxury and nature is definitely a thing. And traveling with family. So I'm repeating my previous presentation, but this is a big thing, and people want to travel and spend time with the family and the bigger family. So with the grandparents or other family members. So it's an important thing, and yeah, since 2 years has been quite difficult. This is the thing now in post-COVID situation, and we do have a good image as a family destination and secure destination. So which are the target groups then in France? Shortly, so families and couples with higher income, high-end travelers, and of course small groups of friends or those big families. Shortly, what we are doing in 22 in France. So of course there are big events, Matka Workshop and Midnight Sun Workshop next year. Then we do have a Nordic workshop in Paris, probably in the springtime. I don't unfortunately have the dates yet. So we do have a lot of Nordic cooperation, of course. Then we do have joint promotion campaigns with the tour operators all the time, both winter and summer. Fun trips, hopefully and probably next summer and autumn. Active PR work, of course, and PR trips, and active B2B work. So this is a quite important part, and also to be able to develop new products with them. They need help with that, especially for the summer season. Our Co-Nordic project continues. So we do have B2B webinars, PR communication, and B2C Nordic talk event next year. And then, of course, we have this country branding and Team Finland work, which is a very important part. Okay, thank you. I'm happy to answer some questions if there are any. And let's hope we get lots of French travelers in Finland and other Nordic countries in the near future.
Thank you, Sanna. Do we have any questions about French markets, French clientele to Sanna? No, any. So, Sanna, thank you, merci beaucoup, and have a nice winter in Paris.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Next, we will continue to the Germany, and we are lucky to get Jan Padur from Nordic Marketing, the Managing Director of Nordic Marketing. Jan has, I'm sure, that very comprehensive knowledge about DACH markets and Germany. What is the situation? Can you hear us, Jan?
I can hear loud and clearly, Rane. Thank you very much. Regards from Germany, where sun is shining and winter is far away. So yeah, I will have some updates for you right away.
Yeah, well, I hope that you can come soon and see the real winter what we have here. Welcome to Spirit of Inari. Jan, stage is yours.
Thank you, Rane. Thank you very much for inviting me, and hello to everyone. And some of you know me already, as I know there are lots of familiar people. I would like to be there in real, but I didn't make it due to long distances and limited time. But nevertheless, I'm here to do this virtually, and I will soon share my screen to give you an overview what's going on down here in the German-speaking market. Just give me 1 second, and I will make sure that the right one is running. And now it should work, and I hope it's visible in the correct way, that you see the entire screen. As Rana already mentioned, it's about the German-speaking market, mainly speaking about Germany, but as well about Switzerland. And it was good to follow Sanna's presentation about the French market. It was nice to see that there are lots of similar things to say in that way. And what we did during this week, from Monday until now, and it's still running, we did a survey. We did a tour operator questionnaire because we wanted to present you real data, which is up to date, what is going on right now at the moment. And fact is that they are full of work. People are booking trips to the Nordics, to Finnish Lapland. So the tour operators are really, really busy. So it's a positive thing. And it's good to know that there are a similar situation when looking to other markets, as we just heard from France. And when you look to those flight capacities, it shows the same direction. Well, when we talk about German-speaking countries, we talk about approximately 100 million inhabitants in total. So Germany by itself is around 83 million people. So it's a huge market. And it's different when you compare it to other, especially European markets. It's not one place, it's not one city where you meet all the tour operators. Just to give you an example, this is a range of tour operators, some of them well known. Many of you might notice and recognize some of those logos, but they are the smaller ones as well. And we are talking about more than 500 tour operators in Germany selling Finland. So in total, we have 1,500, and 500 of them are selling Finland. Some of them only one product, some of them really specialized in selling Finland, and some of them having only Finnish Lapland during wintertime. Others might have year-round several types of products. But those which are now here collected, these are the ones who answered already. So I have now brand new stuff for you. 28 tour operators of those answered to the online questionnaire so far. And this is the updated data. And putting this on a map, it shows quite well the situation here in Germany. It's, as I mentioned, not one city where you travel to do business. You have to travel around. So it's spread out the entire country. It's a little bit like in Finnish Lapland. It's not only one single destination. You have lots of them, and you have small companies around the wilderness in different locations. Same goes to here. We don't have the wilderness, but we have the countryside. So you have big cities, big companies, you have smaller companies, you have small villages where even bigger tour operators are located. So this shows quite good what circumstances we do have here. And if you compare the situation in 2019 before COVID, we had 7 destinations flying or which were accessible by Finnair. So Finnair was flying to 7 different airports already in Germany. So it tells a lot about the market. It's huge, but as well, you have lots of spots where you have to focus on. So we asked them, what is going on right now? We wanted to know from the tour operators, what are the customers looking for, and do they book the trips? And the response was fantastic. And as I said, 28 answered already, and we have an increasing of bookings and inquiries. So we have a huge increase of inquiries at the moment. So people are asking, they want to know details. And one of the comments when we asked about the details was very often that they need a lot of explanation. So there's a lot of kind of consulting to advise the customers how to travel, where to travel, and how safe it is. So it takes more time to get the booking done. But in general, we have a significant increase of inquiries at the moment. Well, then we wanted to know about the booking situation. And this is very positive as well. We have a very, very strong winter coming up. So as described with the flight seats, there is a bottleneck at the moment. There are tour operators giving us the feedback, well, we would sell even more, but flight capacity is one bottleneck. And in general, we have to say there is a huge amount of bookings going on. So we have from 4 answers, very high booking numbers as an answer, and then 11 are responding high booking numbers, and 10 are answering moderate booking numbers. When it comes to the summer next year, it's understandable, it's a while to go. And when we talk about winter the year after, it's clear that there is still more way to go. But even there we see an increase, we see bookings. And when it comes to the summer of next year, we have the situation, and this you will see in the customer behavior shortly, that people are doing more and more last-minute bookings or very short-term inquiries and bookings. And then, of course, we wanted to know, when comparing to the time before COVID, about the different markets, the competitors and the Nordics. What about Norway? What about Sweden? What about Iceland and Denmark and the Baltics compared to Finland? Well, what we can see now is that Finland is a very, very stable market. So a comparable situation was the answer of 14 tour operators. And we have even more coming from 4 and significantly more from 1 tour operator. So Finland is doing pretty well, and this is very positive. And if you're wondering why there are no answers from some tour operators, especially when it goes down to Denmark and Baltics, they are just not selling those destinations or countries. This is a reason why they skip those answers. But looking to this, it looks really promising. And this is, of course, the message we need. And this is what I want to share with you today, that there is a strong increase coming from the market. Then we wanted to know what sort of products, so what sort of travel types or what sort of activities people are looking for. And again, compared to 2019, the time before COVID. So we want to know what sort of trend or demand is on the market. And then we asked about the individuals, about the small groups, the bus groups, the car round trips, and then in general about the winter activities or the winter trips, certain activities, and then continuing to summer. But the result, again, winter is very strong, and traditionally Finnish Lapland is really, really strong here on the market in Germany and Switzerland. So there is a clear increase. There is as well an increase for more individual trips, more for smaller groups, and the bigger ones, the bus groups, they are going down compared to the time before. One of the winners is clearly the husky safaris. Well, they have been strong on that market since years, but we have even more or significantly more on some tour operators' desk, to say so. And when going further, looking to the summer activities and the summer in general, as mentioned, now we are focusing on winter. So winter is doing very strong and summer is coming after this. But as well there, we have a very good situation. We have a focus on those activities and those different sort of outdoor services we can find in the nature of Finland. Well, we asked as well some comments. I'm not going in all those details, but to sum up, when thinking about the travel behavior, and this is their customers, we wanted to know what changes they see comparing to the time before. Short term is one of those words, but we see again and again. On the other hand, some of them saying there are no chance or changes. It's more that the people are happy that they can travel again, but it comes in with a short notice, and it's more changing to a more individual traveling. So smaller groups or as individuals, and everything is on a short notice. At the same time, we see that this flexibility and this, let's say, customer rights needs a lot of explanation, but at the same time, it's well requested. So everything is, let's say, based on a very uncertain situation, and we see it as well in the answers. We have had 2 fantastic months now behind us in bookings. At the same time, we have a huge increase, and this honestly is now in Germany, Switzerland, and Austria when it comes to the COVID situation. So now the numbers are going up again, very, very high at the moment. So this affects as well already here what was in some comments from the tour operators. So now it's like everybody is unsure and everybody is waiting and everybody is doing the bookings even with more short notice. So it's, well, it comes as well to the products when going further. It's about not changing or not crossing the borders, not changing from one country to another. So there is a clear focus, and this goes as well to the products, which is next. But what is really positive, it's obviously the same in France, as we just heard. people have spent or saved their money, and now they are ready to spend even more money when doing the bookings. So this is as well noticed in the customer behavior, that the people are looking for more individuals, maybe more luxury, and using more money for those holiday trips. When thinking about the products in general and asking them what changes they have done in their product, some of them made changes, some of them were focusing on more individuals or reducing group size, but in general, or very often, it was like no bigger changes. It's more like shifting the products to the next season and focusing on those activities. And of course, we have to keep in mind that there are different types of tour operators. So there are those who are specialized in groups, which are now doing more resizing or downsizing the group size. Then we have those who are specialized in active tours, who have traditionally had smaller groups. And then we have a lot of tour operators serving individual clients, those who are traveling as a couple during summer with their own car or with a rental car, or those who are joining a cottage next to the lake, or joining several activities out in the nature. So we have, in some cases, that they have a stronger focus now on Europe, they have a stronger focus on Scandinavia, and others who have been focusing on Scandinavia all the time, they haven't made this bigger changes. So this is why we have this different types of answers in this questionnaire. But it's very clear that it's about the nature, it's about the activities, and it's about doing those in smaller groups. And it comes as well with accommodation, so that they look for more exclusive, more smaller ones where they have more privacy. And then we have tour operators who are really clear in doing the business, as there are travel restrictions when entering several countries, so that they do the offers to those customers only when they are vaccinated or recovered, and they check this when doing their requests. And this is something what is in some cases very clear, communicated on their websites as well. And others are more with a let's say focusing on reducing the group size and taking care that they feel safe. And this is what has been the feedback in some of the answers too. Cruise business have had very tough times, as we all know, and some of the tour operators already skipped cruise business completely and are focusing on more exclusive and more individual trips. And once again, this not crossing the borders, staying at one place is in focus at the moment, instead of doing this multiple country tours or these round trips where crossing borders, as it can change quite quickly, as we have had the situation in the last 2 years that the border crossing was not possible and those restrictions were changing. So this affects as well in terms of production and planning the tours when looking to the tour operators' websites and their plans. But then as well, we want to know how digital are they? As we just heard in France, they have a big jump made in the business, and especially in when thinking about the consumers. We can say the same happened in Germany. People are more and more doing things online, and still we are old-fashioned. We are very traditional. We love paper printed brochures. At the same time, we love to have the service, that there's somebody who answers to questions, somebody serving us, comparing the destinations and products, explaining and helping out if there are some problems. And this, I have to say, is still quite strong on that market, especially when we had this situation when Corona started, when we had the first wave and we had 400,000 Germans around the globe, and they had to carry it back in some way. There, the role of tour operators and travel agencies was really, really strong, taking care of the people. I know there are differences compared to the Scandinavian or the Nordic markets, where people are used to do everything by their own. But we see when going to the next one and asking about online bookings, about the products with the booking request, which is the main thing, and thinking about the catalogs and thinking about the customized packages. So what we see is we had those products online available since a while, but we had as well those customized packages. So it means that the tour operators, they are doing a lot of customized work. And this is what Germans and Swiss people are ready to pay for. And they know that they pay in this country the same price. It's the same where the product from a German tour operator is placed. Is it online? Is it a campaign? Is it in a brochure? Is it in a travel agency? The price is always the same. And this makes the difference compared to other countries, that they know that they get more for it, their money when they go to a travel agency or speaking to a person who answered the question, who is able to help. And here we have to agree that the answering didn't went that well, and this is maybe because even we tried to describe the question very clearly, that they please mark before, now, and in the future their situation. And we asked what they did before the pandemic and what they offer now and what they will do in the future. Most of them answered only the first column, what they offered before the pandemic. So in that case, it's not that proper, the answer, compared to all the other ones. So they had kind of problems with this matrix, obviously. But still, it goes quite clearly that the online bookings, the direct bookings, are not that strong compared to these on-request tours. And this comes to the situation, as I described, we have more than 500 tour operators selling Finland. So most of them, especially the smaller ones, are still doing on-request services. So only the big ones where you need the allotments, those who are dealing with a large network of travel agencies, they go for the direct bookings. And they are offering nowadays as well a direct online booking for the customers. So there has been a real shift, and we see the same when looking to the website of the tour operators. They have developed a lot, and when people are doing direct bookings, they do it by the tour operators. We wanted to know about the booking behavior, what changed, and this is, you could say, in almost every single answer, was it a short or a longer one? It's about the short notice, about the short-term bookings. I'm not going into all the details. It's a repeating and repeating. People want to book now and do the travel soon, and this is the opposite compared to the, let's say, very traditional way of planning tours for Germans and Swiss people. They did it a long time ahead, almost like half a year ahead, and that's why the tour operators needed always from you a long time ahead the rates, the price lists for all the accommodation and service providers. What we have now is this very short-term situation, and there we have the problem, the bottleneck. The places might be fully booked, or flight capacity is very limited, or if available with a very high price. So this is the situation they are dealing with. So this is where we see, you could say, a change to the previous time, but what is understandable. At the same time, they want to feel safe. They want to be sure if they spend the money that they are able to travel, that the destination is safe, and when flying all the way up to Finnish Lapland, for example, that everything works well and it's easy to come back. So here's a very detailed answer. This comes from one tour operator with all details, but it's the same as a conclusion. It takes much longer time to convince, to serve the client. So it's much more time, work time per booking. But in general, they are ready to spend time, to spend the money, to buy some extras. They are looking for more luxury accommodations or a more individual accommodation, to have more privacy, to feel more safe. And everything is on a short term. Normally, they would now already start to sell next summer. So it's kind of mixing it up completely. But then we wanted to know as well, what's the situation in your business? How is your economy doing, the economic situation? And this is very promising. And I was really, really happy to see that they are doing well. So German government was supporting the business quite well. So there has been a lot of financial support to keep them alive, to say it very directly. Even people have been lots in short-time work. It helped, and we see now the answer that even 3 of them, they say they have a very good situation. 12 are saying relatively good, and 11 are saying difficult but doable. So in general speaking, it's very promising. It's a good situation, and people are coming back to work. So now they are back on track. They are full of inquiries, and people are coming back to the offices. And mainly, they are doing very, very strong. At the end, some details which was shared by Visit Finland before, and this is from the Reiseanalyse, which was launched this year, and this is data from last year, where Germans were asked about their travel behavior. Just to focusing on few of those. Well, it's clear domestic travel is increasing. This happened in all countries. And at the same time, using the own car was increasing. This happened in other countries too. So this is not surprising. But when looking to the left column on the lower part, the people are looking for the nature. And when thinking about holiday at the lake, Finland and the Nordics are on a very, very good position. And when looking to the center column, the lower part, sustainability is increasing. There is a demand for it, and the people want to away from mass tourism. So repeating the previous presentation, Finland has a very strong position already. So you are offering services which are far away from mass tourism. And of course, we see an increase in online bookings as travel agencies were closed during the pandemic. But what is very clear, people are looking for more individual and more safe destination. And this, last but not least, not going in all to details, but what is really, really important for the Germans when doing the decision, when traveling, they want to have hygienically perfect place to stay. They want to feel safe and secure. And of course, they are happy if it's a destination or a country with a low corona infection rate. So this affects as well to the booking situation and to the customer behavior. And then, of course, not the long haul distances, the ones where you are easily coming back home. So staying in Europe or driving even with your own car, turning back if needed. So all those matters affects to the decision making and when planning the trip, the next family tour or the next tour as a couple. And this as well, being a part or being away from other tourists. So they are not looking for the very big resorts or the big hotels. So they are looking more for the smaller ones. And as well, when are able to use their own car or a rental car, they feel more comfortable and safe than being on a coach or in the public transport. So at the moment, those issues affect to the customer behavior. But so far, thank you for listening. And there's now time for questions. If there's something you want to know, I'm here to answer.
Thank you, Jan. Yeah. Thank you for very analytical and clear information from Germany and Switzerland. And do we have now any questions to Jan? It was clear enough. No any questions. Thank you, Jan, and see you next week.
Do so. Thank you very much. See you soon, and have a great seminar. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Now we have had some presentations online, but next we will go live again. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid very live. Expectations on selected overseas markets, opportunities on premium segments. And we have here Managing Director and Founder from Via Hansa Borealis, Marcella Infantino, who has very long experience about Lapland already since beginning of the 90s. You have brought clients all over the world to Lapland, and we are interested to hear what you have to say.
Well, hello. And I have had a little argument with Rane about this because he didn't want to lend it to me, but I need my hands to speak. I am Italian. So, let's see here. There. Well, hello everyone. I'm very, very honored to be here, and I need another thing with me because I might start crying in the middle of everything. Yeah, here. And I don't have a presentation with me. I will just be talking. I am a very confused person, and this is as it is. I can't help it. So I hope that I will not lose you in the middle of these 30 minutes that I have been giving. And because I don't have a plan, I don't have a presentation, I will need help to when I have to end. So if you do like this 5 minutes before, then I will know. Thank you. And I am very nervous. I have a lot of feelings right now in my heart, and I can feel that I will start crying. I'm sorry. But this moment is very, very special for me because it somehow represents the ultimative victory of my work and my passion for your country. I'm sorry. I came to Lapland first time in '92. I was invited by Visit Finland and Finnair. I was living in Copenhagen, where I have my home. Born in Uruguay, of Italian parents. And I came to Denmark when I was 11 years old. Today I'm 53. And because I came as a political refugee to Denmark. And because I wanted to be a little bit closer to my country, I decided when I was very young that I wanted to work at the airport to see the planes land in Copenhagen. And somehow I imagined that this will give me a feeling of being closer to home. So this is why I landed in the tourist industry. So everything is some kind of destiny. And I started working as a transfer assistant when I was 17 years old. And when I must have been 24, I came to Lapland for the first time. And there I came with a group of 20 people. And there I met Rauno Posio and Jyrki Niva. At that time there were two young guys, and they were guides as well. And they were the guides of this fab trip that was organized by Visit Finland and Finnair. And I came to Lapland in October at the most ugly time, you can say. But I fell in love. I was totally blown away. We did different things. We ate very, very, very different food. And that was probably the greatest cultural experience that I have had in my life. It has marked my professional career. It has marked everything in my personal life as well. The feelings that I had during that trip, I remember it was 4 days. They were extremely strong. And maybe for you, you could say, okay, but what is so special? But I was born in South America, and I had never seen the snow. And for me, a reindeer, that was something that belonged to the rich children in the US, because in my country, Santa Claus was not something that was a part of my childhood. What we celebrated was the Three Kings, I don't know how you say that in English, on the 6th of January, like the Spanish people, they do. So that was, who brought the children presents. So Santa Claus, that was something very far away that didn't exist in my universe. So the meeting with Lapland was very, very strong. The meeting with you people was extremely strong. And when I came home, back to Copenhagen after that trip, something had changed in me. The meeting with the nature, the meeting with this pureness that you have here. But at all levels, it's not the pureness of the white snow that struck me, because there was no snow when I came, but it was the honesty, the pureness of the people. And that might be something that you cannot understand because you are from here, you are Finnish, and this is your reality, but it was not my reality. And during that trip, I decided that Lapland was what I wanted to work with. And it became my destination, it became my fight, because I was an outsider, a total outsider. I could not be a more outsider than that. I was Italian, born in South America, living in Copenhagen, and wanted to do business in Lapland. How do you break that? And that was endurance. It was a fight. No, the suppliers, you didn't want to do business with me. And I had to fight it, and it was a fight. It was very, very difficult. I was being priced out of that segment. When I called the hotel, when I called the service provider, we have to think about it. And these Finnish people, they were calling each other, who is this person? Is it okay to do business with her? But little by little, I got in there. And this is why today it is so important, because now I'm standing here 30 days, no, not 30 days, but 30 years after. And I feel that I am a part of this, even though I am messy and confused and I speak with my hands and I don't always, I follow the rules in the way that a Finnish person will do. And if the light is red in the street and it is in the middle of the night and no cars are there, yes, I will cross the street, You cannot change who you are. And even though I have been living 42 years in the Nordic countries and this is my home and you are my people, I am what I am, and I will cross the street with a red light in the middle of the night. And that is also what makes me one of your biggest ambassadors, because I'm not Finnish. I was not born in Lapland, but the beauty of your country, the beauty of your nature, the beauty of your people is something that strikes me every time I touch, every time that plane makes the touchdown. And I feel this gratefulness for being a part of this. And I live today 40% of my time in Rovaniemi, but every time I land in Rovaniemi, I have the same feeling. And why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you this story because I think that you need to understand what your country, what your destination does to foreigners, what it does to people like me that comes from very, very, very far away, to people that have never seen snow. And it can be very difficult for you to understand because you are living in the middle of it. But I would like to make a little game, no, a little exercise. Close your eyes and imagine a white sand beach with coconut palms in Brazil, some samba queens and samba kings dancing around you, and you are drinking a mojito or a caipirinha, eating some very, very nice barbecues, and there is flowers everywhere, and there is noise and music everywhere, and 35 degrees Celsius. Imagine that. How is that for you? That is exotic, it's like a paradise, this is what you would like one day to do. I come from that. That is my heritage, it is my reference, that is what I know. When I landed in Copenhagen, I was 11 years old. It was on the 8th of January, 91. I remember that day as it was yesterday, and the only thing I wanted to do was to go outside that airport, grab the snow, and put it in my mouth. So now I will show you a little video about this little exercise that we did. You imagine this white sand and the caipirinhas and the sauna, and not the sauna, but the samba. We have a little thing in common there. So can we show this video? So now you might be disappointed that I didn't show you some samba show. I can do a little dancing for you if you want. But this is what creates the same feeling in people like me. This is luxury. Just the luck you have that you were born in a destination like this. This is luxury. And it's not available to everyone when we are talking the long-haul markets or the overseas markets. This, what you saw there, it's your everyday life, maybe with a little chili on it, very impressive music, but this is your everyday, and for the long-haul destinations, for the overseas destinations, this is luxury. And it is something that is only reserved for the very few. And it starts by things like, we are talking about markets that where social equality is not there. You have huge differences in the social levels, in the capacity, the financial capacity of people. So the travelers that you're gonna get to your Lapland will be travelers that come from a very, very, very high financial levels. and they have expectations. And they have a lifestyle that is not approved in the Nordic countries. Because in the Nordic countries, we are proud to be self-sufficient. These travelers, they come from cultures where there is another pattern of how the women and the men, they interact with each other. Not so much if we talk countries like Australia, a little bit the US, but if we start talking markets like the South American markets and some of the Far East markets, there you have different roles. And the expectations of these travelers is totally different to the travelers that are coming from Europe, for instance, from Germany, from France, from the Netherlands, which are the most important markets, source markets for Northern Lapland. So you have to think that when you get a traveler from overseas markets, imagine a Mexican traveler coming, Mexican guest coming to Lapland. These people, they usually have a chef, one that is taking care of their garden. They have a nanny. They have someone that is cleaning their house. What else can they have? They can have a personal shopper because, you know, the lady of the house, she's so busy doing parties and what do you call this, charity work, that she will not have the time to do that. And then they come to Lapland because they heard that this is very exclusive. The neighbor has been there, so they would like to do that. And then they come here and there's no one to carry their luggage. There is no room service. There is only a tiny, not tiny, but you know these, what do you call these towels, you know, that are not the big ones that you can wrap yourself in, but it's a towel that is, I think the measure of that is 80 times 1 meter or something like that. You know, I'm Latin. I will not be able to do like this with that towel. Anyway, but this is what these ladies, they will find. No room service, no luggage service, no towels, no bathrobe, no slippers. Why? Because we don't like luxury. What are we going to do with that luxury? Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it effective. And efficiency is good, but not in tourism, always. And we have to be sustainable. Of course, we have to be sustainable, but we also want those travelers. Why? Because those travelers, they will create an added value to our destinations. And why do that? Because those travelers, they are looking for experiences out of the ordinary. I was in what is this place called? Isociote or something like that. I cannot say that word. I apologize. My Finnish is not so good yet. And the logo of this hotel, I guess you know the story about this hotel that burned down and now they built this beautiful hotel. I saw that the motto, the logo was rising above the ordinary. I fell in love with that sentence. Why did I fall in love with that? It's because this is exactly what we have to do here as a destination that is going to welcome the luxury segment, the premium segment, the bespoke traveler, the high end. We have to rise ourselves above the ordinary. And why do we have to do that? Because this is the expectations that segment has. That notice that we don't call them travelers. When you work with the high-end segment, that traveler is not longer a traveler, it is a guest. And this is what Heikki, I think you said that, they are guests in our home. This is the way we need to relate to that segment. It is not about doing quick, and saying, we take a selfie and, you know, like some Asian markets, some Asian travelers, they like to do 7 countries in 3 days. Take the selfie. I've been there. I was there. It is about saying, you know, sharing in the social media, look what I did. This traveler is the opposite. These guests have a totally different expectation, a totally different purpose. The purpose is to give back to society. This is today something that is very, very important. They have everything. They have seen everything. There is nothing that can really, you cannot impress them with big cars and magnificent hotels because they have seen everything. Are they going to expect the magnificent comfort and the outstanding service? Yes, they do. But you can not only comfort them with that. You need to create an added value, and that added value, it comes from the feeling that they are contributing with something. And that can be made in many, many, many different ways. But one thing that you need to relate to is that they want to learn. They want to feel that they are bringing something back home. That is not just a souvenir. It is something much, much greater than that. It's something that they carry in their souls. It's something that they bring back home, and they can say to their grandchildren, look how the children in Finland, in Lapland, in Inari Lake, they do. They do this. Don't you think that this is a good story or a good way of living life? So storytelling, sharing everything you have in you, like I have done with you. I told you my life story. This is what we have to do with them. And that can be done in many, many, many different ways. And there comes the efficiency. When you have to deal with this type of guests, not travelers, you cannot be efficient. It is not about doing things quick. It is about doing things right. And when you have to do things right, it demands more time. Time is money. So instead of looking of how expensive is this tour going to be, you should be thinking and questioning, how long do I need this tour to be in order to deliver according to the expectations of that guest? When I am looking for that kind of services, that kind of experiences, in order that will be suitable for that guest, I'm not asking about the price. You know, my question is it possible? Can you do this? I'm not asking, how much is it? And then you tell me some story. I'm looking for the content, for the purpose. And this is how you need to think first. First, you create the experience. You create the conditions that will meet the expectations of the guest, and then you can put the price. Don't do it the other way, because if we do it the other way and you say, okay, this cannot cost more of that 100 euros because that person over there, he's selling that for 100 euros. So I'm going to sell it for 101 or for 99. This is not the way. We have to find the truth. The guest today, the bespoken traveler, is looking today for the truth. They are looking for this authenticity, that I cannot say that word either, but they're looking for the real thing. They want to see how you live. They want to taste the food that you eat. Don't try to do something fancy like they do in Paris. Stay local, stay true to who you are, because this is what they are looking for. You know, if we have the Americans or the Australians coming to Lapland, they are not looking for a lobster and a great steak. They have that in Australia. When they come here, they are looking for what we experienced yesterday in this dinner in Kultahovi. That was amazing. And it was so simple, but it was at the highest gourmet level. Why? Because the chef there, that I don't know his name, I heard that he's very famous, and I apologize for that, but he stayed true to himself. I could taste, without being Finnish, without living in Lapland, in Inari area, that was really local ingredients. They were marvelous. And when I took my last bite, I was thinking, oh my God, I can't wait to come back and taste this again. And this is the feeling that we people that visit your country, when we leave again, this is the feeling we have, you know, that reindeer stew. We cannot recreate that taste anywhere else than by coming back. So the most important, 5 minutes, yeah. See, I could stay here more and more and more hours. And there is so much that we didn't talk about. But the best advice that I can give you is that there is a huge market out there for a client, for a guest, for a traveler that is not looking for a cheap trip to Lapland. And the other thing I would like to say to you is that sometimes the tour operators, myself inclusive, we push it and we push it and we push it, and you have to go down in prices. But this is not the way to do it if we want to serve the high-end segment. The high-end segment, it is about understanding that that traveler comes from something that is very, very different to our everyday life and to our society here in Finland. Luxury there is not something that is bad. In this, they have a totally different understanding. So service is very important, and service is what costs most because it is connected to human manpower. And if you want to be able to serve that segment, you cannot save on manpower. You need to put much more staff in order to be able to play on that ground. So remember that when you work with the luxury high-end segment, it is not about the price, but it is about the value and the content and the experience that you are able to give that traveler to carry with him back home. And it is not only about a beautiful hotel, but it is about a combination of accommodation, experiences, and the most important, the human factor. And the human factor has to be there at all levels of the service delivery. Transportation, accommodation, experiences, and last but not least, the meeting with the locals and with the local community. So that was everything from me. Thank you very, very, very much, and I apologize if it was a little bit too messy. No, here.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcella. It was interesting. We will continue our program. There is not so much left as Veronika Gnatko from Murmansk couldn't make it and she didn't arrive. But instead of that, we have a director for human business and development Inari municipality, Samuli Mikkola, who has a word for us.
Okay, I would of course first like to thank all of you who are here, who are watching this maybe on the Zoom meeting video streams, and of course big thanks to everyone who was contributing to this by speaking, being here today, telling about their experiences, sharing their thoughts, giving information on their local markets, on how they do business. And what came to my mind was that yesterday evening when we were having this dinner occasion celebration there, Janne Tervahauta, our municipality's chairman of council, was telling what Inari meant to him, that he said that our Inari is strong of its nature, it's international and it's equal. And I think maybe the equality is one of the strongest points, because the phenomenon that we have, the nature that we have, it's very equal. It's very equal because it's the same for rich and poor, from wherever you come, whatever age you are, even if you have disabilities, what religion you are from, the nature is very equal. It's the same to every people here. And I believe that might be the real spirit of Inari. To these words, I'd like to thank you. We still have coffee there, and join us in the lobby there for another chat. And after this, we conclude our seminar. Thank you.
Thank you also on my behalf. It was really great day. It was great to see you all here, also our online participants. And before we leave, I would like to give an extra big applauses to our translators, Ann Albrecht, Leila Väänänen,